recognizing the womb. Floyd could have been anybody. But then the reaction was not anything. Because somewhere I read in the Bible that God said he would pour out his spirit among all flesh. And that's why when I heard them talking about, they never thought they'd see young whites marching like they're marching now. All over the world, I've seen grandchildren of slave masters tearing down slave master statues over in England and put it in the river. I'll pour out my spirit among all flesh. I've seen whites walking past curfews saying no Black Lives Matter, no justice, no peace. I'll pour out my spirit among all flesh. You have now lived to where you've sown wickedness. And now you have to reap the wrath of those that don't want to be wicked no more. That a man sows, that shall he also reap. So we come because God in his own way, he always, one of the ministers said it right, God always uses unlikely people to do his will. If George Floyd had been an Ivy League school graduate and one of these ones with the wrong title, we would have been accused of reacting to his comments. If he'd been a multimillionaire, they would have said that we were reacting to his wealth. If he had been famous athlete, as he was on the trajectory to be, we would have said we were reacting to his fame. But God took an ordinary brother from the third wall, from the housing projects that nobody thought much about but those that knew him and loved him. He took the rejected stone, the stone that the builder rejected. They rejected him for jobs. They rejected him for positions. They rejected him to play certain keys. God took the rejected stone and made him the cornerstone of a movement that's going to change the whole wide world.
Amen.
I'm glad he wasn't one of these polished bourgeois brothers.
Okay, now.
Because we'd have still thought we was of no value. But George was just George.
Amen.
And now you have to understand, if you father any one of us, it's a value to all of us.
That's right.
Oh, if you would have had any idea that all of us would react, you'd have took your knee off his neck.
That's right.
If you had any idea that everybody, from those in the third ward to those in Hollywood, would show up in Houston and Minneapolis and in Fayetteville, North Carolina, you'd have took your knee off his neck. If you had any idea that preachers, white and black, was going to line up in a pandemic, when we told to stay inside and we come out and march in the streets at the risk of our health, you'd have took your knee off his neck. Because you thought his neck didn't mean nothing. But God made his neck to connect his head to his body, and you had no right to put your knee on that neck. Genesis 2 said that God formed man. And Jamie, they said he breathed breath, the breath of life, to make him a live human being. Which means that breath comes from God.
That's right.
Breath is how God gives you life.
Amen.
Breath is not some coincidental kind of thing that happens. Breath is a divine decision that God made. Some babies are born stillborn. God decides to blow breath in them. Breath is sanctified. Breath is sacred.
Yes.
You don't have the right to take God's breath out of anybody. You can't put breath in their body.
That's right.
But you don't look at it that way because of your wickedness.
That's right. Preach.
Principalities.
Evil.
Darkness.
Mm-hmm.
You're sitting now trying to figure out how you going to stop the protest rather than how you going to stop the brutality.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You calling your cabinet in trying to figure out how it's going to affect your vote rather than how it's going to affect our lives. You're scheming on how you can spin the story rather than you can achieve justice, wickedness in high places. You take rubber bullets and tear gas to clear out peaceful protesters, and then take a Bible and walk in front of a church and use a church as a prop. Wickedness in high places. You ain't been walking across that street when the church didn't have the boards up. You weren't holding up no Bible when Aubrey was killed in Brunswick, when Taylor was killed in Louisville. Wickedness in high places.
Mm-hmm.
But God got some people that'll stand up.
Yes, Lord. Mm-hmm. Preach. Preach.
Let me tell you this. Jesus told the story that there was a man laying by the side of the road. He'd been robbed and beaten. It said one man came by. There was the same race, his fellow brother, and he kept walking. Then another man came by that was steep and well read in the scriptures, knew every scripture, knew how to quote the book back and forward.
All right now.
But he only quoted the book. He never lived by the book.
That's right.
And he kept walking.
Mm-hmm.
But Jesus said a third man came by.
All right now.
And he stopped and looked at the man. He wasn't the same race, wasn't the same religion, but he picked the man up.
Okay now.
He took care of restoring the man to his rightful being.
Amen.
And Jesus called him the Good Samaritan. The problem is too many of you been walking by the Eric Gardners, been walking by the Trayvon Martins,
that's right.
Been walking by the Aubreys, been walking by, and now we stopped for George Floyd.
Right.
And I'm in Houston today because I don't want nobody to call me a passerby. Jamie here because he's not a passerby. All of you are here because we're not passerbys. And we're going to be back in Minneapolis when the trial starts.
That's right.
You may pack the police union on one side, but the righteous is going to be on the other side of that courtroom.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
It's time that we reclaim the righteous in this country.
That's right.
Well, Reverend, we don't know if we got the money and we got the political power. Well, we got the vote.
That's right.
And we got something that we had before we had the vote. We had God on our side.
Yes, Lord.
That's why when they was even in slavery, they used to have church out in the slave quarters. Mm-hmm. They understood that if they called on God,
amen,
that God would answer prayer.
Yes, he
And the
does.
same God
The same
that
God.
brought us from chattel slavery is
Hallelujah.
still on the throne. The same God that brought us from the back of the bus
Hallelujah.
is still on the throne.
Yes,
The
Lord.
same God that brought us from Jim Crow is still on the throne. And if we're right, he'll fight our battle. And we'll put George's name in history where they say that's the one that they shouldn't have touched. That's the neck they shouldn't have been down on.
That's right.
My people called by my name will
Hallelujah.
humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from your wicked ways.
Turn from your wicked ways. Yes.
You will hear from heaven. I will heal the land.
Mm. That's that old school preaching. That's right, Tasha. Mm-hmm.
I want to say, we have said we're going to keep marching. We're going to keep protesting. August 28th, we're going to Washington by the tens of thousands. We're going to have a national march on the anniversary of Our Dream. Floyd family. But I want to say this before I leave to the Floyd family. Don't ever forget in your darkest hour.
Hallelujah.
That be not dismayed.
Be not dismayed.
Whatever betide, God will take care of you.
Yes, he
I'm
will.
in Rice Church. I can preach a little bit.
Okay.
Beneath his wing,
Okay now.
love abide.
God
God will
will.
take care of you.
Yes, he will.
I was like Floyd. I grew up with daddy gone. Mama had to make it with welfare checks. I used to go and shop with the food stamps.
Okay.
A lot of folks say that, but the way I know, Philonus, if you've been on food stamps, is I asked you what color was your food stamps. Because if you don't know the different colors, you just front.
Okay.
But I used to slip the little gray slip so my friends wouldn't know I was on
Right.
food stamps.
Gray, orange.
But Mama told me something I never forgot. She said he may not be there when you want him,
but he's always on time. He's an on-time God.
Lord will make a way.
Yes, he
Out
will.
of no way.
Yes, he will.
I can tell you 40 years later, he walks with me.
Yes, he does. He talks with me. Yes, he does.
Tells me that I'm his.
Mm-hmm.
He's been food when I was hungry.
Yes.
He's been water when I was thirsty.
Yes.
He's my rock.
Yes.
My sword and shield.
Yes.
My wheel.
Hallelujah.
In the middle of the wheel. He's the lily of the valley. The bright and morning star. He woke me up this morning. Started me on the way. Yes. 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 Let me say this. We got to go to the cemetery. Let me say this. I saw Michael Brown Sr. here, and I thought about, I told him this story. 9/11 happened, Congressman Green, and we were all flustered in New York. They closed down the bridges, closed down the streets, closed the trains. I had to walk all the way to my headquarters of Nash Action Network. When we got there were people everywhere. Cell phones was down, and people came to our headquarters to see if we could tell them what was happening, whether we were out of danger. And for the first time since I was a little boy, I started preaching this. Bishop said since I was a little boy, I always had something to say, but the first time in my life, I couldn't find words to say. And Jimmy, I went in my office Terry Anderson, I was trying to figure out what could I say. And I thought about this old preacher told me this story. He said, Al, I had to preach one Sunday, the early service, and I started reading this novel about 8 o'clock that night. And I got so into it that I couldn't put the novel down. I looked at the clock, it was 10 o'clock. I wanted to go to bed, but I couldn't put the novel down. It was so intriguing. And I kept reading it. Turned out, looked again, it was 11:30. I said, Lord, I got to get some rest. I got to get up too early. But I couldn't put it down. He said, I kept reading. Finally, it was after midnight. And he said that, Al, I got to tell the truth. I decided then I would cheat. And I turned to the end of the book to find out how the story was going to end. I want you to know on 9/11/2001, I want the family to know, like I told Michael Brown's family, that afternoon I cheated. I sat in my office and I took my Bible out. And I turned to the end of the book. And I know how this story is going to end. The first will be last.
Oh,
The last will be first. The lion and the lamb is going to lay down together, and God will take care of his children.
yes, he will.
There's some difficult days ahead, but I know how the story's going to end. There's going to be justice for George Floyd. There's
Yes,
going
it
to be
will.
justice for Eric Garner. This story won't end like this. God will never leave us, nor forsake us. I've been to the end of the book. Let's fight on. Let's stand together. Let us not leave this family now that the ceremony is over. This is the beginning of the fight. It's not the end of the fight. George, I read on the front page of the New York Times this morning. You said you wanted to touch the world. Well, God had already made you for that. But you didn't touch it in a basketball court or football court. God had something else for you to do. Because all over the world, George, they're marching with your name. You touched the world in South Africa. You touched the world in England. You touched every one of the 50 states. Even in a pandemic, people are walking out in the streets, not even following social distance, because you touched the world. And as we lay you to rest today, the movement won't rest until we get justice, until we have one standard of justice. Your family is going to miss you, George, but your nation is going to always remember your name.
Yes.
Because your neck was one that represented all of us, and how you suffered represented our suffering. So we're going to lay you near your mama now. You called for mama, we're going to lay your body next to hers. But I know mama's already embraced you, George. You fought a good fight. You kept the faith. You finished your course. Go on and get your rest now. Go on and see mama now. We're going to fight on. We're going to fight on. We're going to fight on. We're going to fight on.
Praise God. That was beautiful. Wow. Hey, what's up, y'all? Y'all listening to your girl Nicole Reloaded, and I was sitting up here watching the George Floyd's homegoing, and it really, really touched my spirit, and I wanted to come on live and share just a little bit with you all. We are in some trying times. Some trying times, y'all. But remember, through God, all things are possible to those who believe, but you have to be willing to receive what God has for you. Hold on to his hand.
Thank God for so many wonderful blessings and so many Wave your hand if you know you're blessed. Wave your hand if you know you're blessed. So we'll everybody. Anybody here ever had to praise God when you were in the valley? With tears in your eyes and rain, take him to the valley. Come on, sing it for joy, sing it for joy. You brought me over every trial, for every trial. Lord, you see me through. For every place, my soul says hallelujah. Hallelujah. For this to the valley, I give you. I give you praise. Hallelujah. Mm. Mm. Oh, Lord. Wow. Mm. Mm. Hallelujah. Woo. Oh, that lady can sing. I give you praise.
Woo, hallelujah. Ooh, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. That's what you call singing. Woo. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Hey, T-Love. God bless you, sis. How you doing? Blessings to you, baby. Girl, this funeral was beautiful. Really beautiful. Some very powerful words. They had Neo. Neo was at the funeral, and he sang. I can't think of the end of the road, and he could barely even make it through. He could barely even make it through singing it. It really. Whew. Wait, hold on, real quick. It's almost over.
George Floyd Jr. Your car and the singers have just told us that we can give God praise. The Bible says that let everything that hath breath praise the Lord. So let everything in this room, on behalf of George Floyd that hath breath, praise the Lord even right now. Let's praise God.
Praise God.
For his legacy, for his glory. As we prepare to leave from this place, there are a few matters of order that must be considered as we prepare to leave. I'm going to ask everyone to please take your seat at this time. Everyone, will you please take your seat at this time? Thank you so very much. As we take our seats now, we're going to terminate this service, allowing the family to leave first. And then, because we must maintain order and get the family to the cemetery in an appropriate amount of time, the ushers are in the aisles and they're going to dismiss each section singularly. I'm going to ask that you will stay in your seat until the usher has made it.
Ain't nothing like a black church, boy. They put this together very, 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 very nice. I bet you, for George Floyd, I've been thinking and thinking and thinking, and God chose this man. I believe that God chose him for something bigger than him. Because our children, our family members, they don't belong to us. They belong to God. And when God calls for us to go home or puts out a path for us, that path must be completed. And I really do believe what that officer did to him was pure evil and demonic, and that God has turned this thing around and used it for good. George Floyd's death has shaken the earth's crust and foundation. And I just really think that this is there's no time that's better than the present. I don't know everything. I'm just a single mother that love my kids and love my family and try to survive like the rest of us. But I really do believe that we're in some times right now where things are really dark, and We need some light to be shedded upon the darkness that is going on around us. Light and darkness cannot succumb in the same space. Fill yourself with God's word, because he'll never leave you and he will never forsake you. You never know when it's going to be your last day. If you knew it was going to be your last day, I wonder what you would do to clean up. How fast would you clean up the areas in your life if you knew you only had 24 hours to live? I wonder what half of the people that come on YouTube in the different niches on YouTube, would they come on and beef? Would they erase their videos, dragging children, dragging people that are a part of their communities, their own hue? Would they be ashamed if they knew that they had 24 hours? I'm just wondering.
I can't wait to get there.
I don't want to have to wait for my family. Let me say this, and I hope that nobody else that's listening, I don't want, and you shouldn't want, for your last day on earth to be in something tragic. Because for a majority, realistically, this is not the outcome where people are going to march in the streets for you. But your family will. They will march with you spiritually around their homes and in their hearts, and they will cry out for you, longing for you. Don't let your later days can be greater than your former days. But there's nothing more powerful than right now where you are in your life, that you can make a difference. You can be good to someone. Don't wait to love on your family until you are over their body in a casket. People walk around here thinking like you got all the time in the world when you might only have a few minutes left. And everything that you have done, will be accounted for unless you repent and turn away from those things. I know that I'm not where I want to be, but I surely can say I sure ain't where I used to be. And to have the love of the Heavenly Father, ain't nothing like it. To have God's love, because he'll see you through. But don't wait to call out on his name. Don't wait to grab his hand. Grab his hand now. Hold on to your kids now. Forgive who has hurt you now. Tomorrow ain't promised for you. See, funerals, the dead don't need prayer. They already gone. Funerals are to give families peace and to provide the hopes to give someone the opportunity to allow God into their lives. Just like Reverend Al Sharpton said, when the cameras is gone and all the flashiness is gone, I'm still going to be standing here. Justice for Floyd has touched all of us in some shape, some form. If it hasn't touched you, something wrong with you. I'll say that. Something ain't right with you. Let me close this out real quick. Hold on. Wait. I don't think it's gonna let me let me see. Maybe if I can do this. Hold on, let me see if I can put captions on. Let's see if that'll work. Hi, Kim. I got Facebook live in the background, y'all, so I wouldn't message me right now unless you want everybody on YouTube to know what you just told me. Hold on. Oh no. Hold on really quick. Oh shoot. I don't know how to get them back on the teacher. Okay, where's streaming? Hold on really quick, y'all. Oh Lord, I'm gonna have to do something else.
Historic funeral for George Floyd here in Houston, Texas, as we watch the passing of the 46-year-old. What is going to be quite the motorcade, we're told. Pearland, Texas, that is where George Floyd will rest in eternity. See, it done froze on me, y'all. I'm trying to let y'all see the funeral procession, but it done froze. Hopefully they'll show it on. Hold on, let me make this. A roughly 50-mile drive here in Houston, Texas. They will I can't even find the darn mute button. Hopefully, see on MSNBC, they showing the whole funeral. They didn't interrupt. They didn't come in running their mouth talking about breaking news. But you know that Al Sharpton, works for MSNBC. Okay, I love MSNBC. It's like the Black News Channel. Okay, I mean, to me, that's just me. Okay. Oh Lord, hold on, cause my computer is tripping. So just bear with me.
So if the sound don't match what you see on the screen, is because it's two different news channels.
A call to action as well. Reverend Sharpton.
Reverend Sharpton prayed down today, okay?
That's going to happen on this other 57th anniversary of the I Have a Dream speech, also promising to be in the courtroom as well when the officers charged with Floyd's death go to trial. If there was a thesis, Nicole, it might have been God took an ordinary brother from the Third Ward who'd been rejected and made him the cornerstone of a movement. What stood out most to you over the last 3 hours?
Yeah, I think that's a great way of putting it. I was thinking about how, in many ways, George Floyd was an ordinary man who has been made extraordinary because of what happened, and that here was someone who struggled in his life to make the difference and the impact that he really wanted to, and now he'll be talked about as one of those inflection points in American history. He'll be a name that will be long remembered as sparking this latest movement. And I think the other thing that stood out for me, I mean, Reverend Sharpton delivered that kind of fiery oratory that many of us have known him for. And he was calling out everyone, preachers who are willing to stand on the sidelines and not speak out politically, the civil rights attorneys who, some of them who profit off of Black death. He called out the NFL and saying, now you want to make statements about Black lives, but Colin Kaepernick still doesn't have a job. He called out corporations.
Right.
And he also did what is so important, which is he ties this struggle, what we're seeing today, to this 400-year history of Black struggle and resistance. So I think this funeral covered every emotion, deep grief, rage, and determination.
Jonathan Capehart, it was, as Nicole just pointed out, it was at times a political service. I mean, Reverend Al making no bones about the fact that Colin Kaepernick should get his job back. Noted how long it had taken the NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell to say that Black Lives Matter, which he did this week. It should be noted after Mitt Romney said it as well. But Jonathan, hearing Reverend Sharpton talk about the wickedness in high places, what did you make of that?
It was clear who Reverend Sharpton was talking about. He didn't even have to name the president. People understood who he was talking about. And one pointed example of that was when Reverend Sharpton pointed out that the president had time to tweet out about condolences to the family, which only goes so far. But the president has not said anything about the 8 minutes and 46 seconds of Officer Chauvin's knee on George Floyd's neck. And that is because we all saw it with our own eyes. Even if you've seen a still of the video, you saw what happened to George Floyd. And what happened to him is calling out, as Nicole was just talking about, for greater action on so many levels. You had people talking about getting out and voting, getting out and making their voices heard beyond marching in the street, in the streets and protesting, that there's more work to do. I thought it was very moving and eloquent just to add on to what Nicole said, that, or maybe it was you, but Reverend Sharpton made it clear that after the cameras are gone, he's going to be in the courtroom. He's going to still be with those families because he knows, because he's been to so many of these funerals and been with so many of these families who've gone through unexpected tragedy, losing a son, losing a daughter, that he knows what these families are going to go through once what we're looking at in Houston is no longer front and center of our attention. Once the cameras have left the streets of the family's home once they are by themselves again, and dealing with the pain and the loss and the grieving that comes not only from losing someone you love, but losing someone you love so suddenly and so publicly that it's going to require a lot of strength from them. But then the movement that has been unleashed as a result of George Floyd's murder in Minneapolis, that there are now millions of people in the United States who have felt as a calling, this call to action, to be in the streets of America's cities and not so large cities also, to make their voices heard and to say what happened to George Floyd, what happened to Breonna Taylor, what happened to Ahmaud Arbery, what's happening to our country as a result of the coronavirus, which is disproportionately impacting African Americans, to the economic collapse, which we saw from the unemployment numbers, the unemployment numbers for African Americans, Asian Americans, Latino Americans still went up compared to last month. That there are many things for Americans to be angry about, to want to fight for their country, to change the direction. And George Floyd, through his unwitting sacrifice, has brought us down this road. And to come full circle back to the president, you know, at times like these, we have seen presidents use moments like these
I think it's
to
frozen.
bring the country together, especially a moment so public, so tragic. And yet with this president, we have not seen that. We have not heard that. And in fact, when there were peaceful protesters just outside the White House, not only did he set up a barricade of military police and park police, but he pushed them back in a very aggressive fashion that insulted George Floyd's memory, but also shook the consciousness of people who might have not seen the protests as their protests, but suddenly saw with their own eyes the lengths to which the president of the United States would go to further his own agenda, despite the murder of an American citizen.
Professor Wiley, he has, of course, in death become a symbol of so much in our country. But he was also remembered as a father of five. He was remembered as a brother. He was remembered as a nephew. His aunt describing him as a pesky little rascal. His aunt Kathleen McGee. But I was also struck by his niece. This is just part of what she said, Professor Wiley. Here she is. This is Brooke.
My uncle was a father, brother, uncle, and a cousin to many. Spiritually grounded and activist, he always moved people with his words. Their officer showed no remorse for watching my uncle's soul leave his body. He begged and pleaded many times just for you to get up, but you just push harder. Why must the system be corrupt and broken? Laws were already put in place for the African American system to fail. These laws need to be changed. No more hate crimes, please. Someone said make America great again, but when has America ever been great?
When has America ever been great? Okay, now it's finally stopped. Okay.
George Williams is exactly the future that we are seeing marching in our present. All the demonstrations that we have seen across the country have many, many people who are young, who are fierce, who are angry, who are telling the nation, in fact, we have people around the globe telling their own nations and other nations that this epidemic, this pandemic of police violence has to stop. And to call forth, as she did, directly and specifically, she said she called out Officer Chauvin, not by name, but she said you, the first person, as if she was talking directly at him about his tremendous lack of humanity and the incredible injustice of her uncle's death. And it really linked, I think, both so powerfully to the activism that I think we heard from almost every single family member in some way, even as they were remembering Perry Jr., as they were reminding us, the man, as his aunt was reminding us, was her Perry Jr., a human, a father. But, it also struck me how specific we heard the link to a history of racism in this country. And we heard it in a couple of different places. And specifically, we heard it from a white pastor, from Steve Wells, who said, fear, racism is essentially using fear to drive out love, rather than having love drive out fear. And that was such a direct reference, I think, to exactly what we're seeing in policing, and also to the tolerance of police abuse that we've seen in this country for so many decades and generations. And then Reverend Al Sharpton did it in such a direct and powerful way through storytelling when he said, every time I write my name, I am inscribing history, by which he meant my name. And most of us who are African American in this country, our names are the names of slavery. And that call and connection between a failure of justice because white police officers killing people who are Black, the failure of a system of laws that we heard from these family members, and the failing of law that we saw visibly when Reverend Al Sharpton called on the family members of other Black men and women who have been killed by police, that we literally saw the physical embodiment of the failure of justice. He called it out very directly, but so did others. I thought it was incredibly powerful. It was incredibly emotional, and it had both humanity, it had anger and pain, but it was very clearly a call to say, we will not stand for this any longer.
It was so incredibly moving, Professor. While I actually want to play it for folks who may have missed it, this is that moment that you were talking about. Give him recognition. I must also recognize several families here that came at great sacrifice, but they wanted to be here, to be part of this, because they understand the pain better than anyone, because they've gone through the pain. And I think that we should recognize the mother of Trayvon Martin, where you stand. The mother of Eric Garner, where you stand. The sister of Martin John, where you stand. The family of Pamela Turner right here in Houston, where you stand.
hundreds on the street, lining the street now, waiting for that procession to roll here. Some of these faces I've seen here since the AM, the morning. It is 96 degrees. I'm looking at my phone, and it says with the humidity, it's about 106. I've seen very young people in this crowd. I've seen very old people in this crowd. All of them agree that no matter what, this moment in history is so important just to get a glimpse of the procession of George Floyd, that it's worth risking being in a heat advisory on the street. An incredible level of dedication as we await that motorcade to come this way. At the end of it, the last mile of it, it will actually be a horse-drawn carriage that we will see come through this way. So an incredible sight, no doubt. But the dedication, the tenacity, the ability to sit through this level of heat, to do this, listening to Al Sharpton and listening to people in the church and feeling those words, it's incredible.
Steve Patterson, thank you. Nicole Hannah Jones, thank you. Jonathan Key Party, big thanks to you. Of course, Professor Maya Wiley, a big thanks to my panel and a big thanks to you for spending the last few hours with us as we watch and listen to the funeral of George Floyd here in Houston, Texas. We are going to take a quick break. That does it for our special coverage. Nicole Wallace will pick things up after a short break.
Oh, Lord, y'all, I am so sorry. My computer is not being nice. It is not being nice. It keeps freezing. It keeps shutting down, going to other sites that I ain't even thinking about. I'm like, okay, devil. Over here trying to talk about the word of the Lord and how good he is. You know, the devil don't want that to happen. Oh, Lord, if it's one or two, if it's three or four, keep on speaking because someone is knocking at the door. All right. It is hot as fish grease. They say that there is a heat advisory down in Texas. So everyone in Texas, be safe. Please be safe. I'm trying to pull up the Texas let me see. There's an article that was written. Let me stop sharing right here. Hold on. Let me try again. Try again. Try again. Try again. Try again. Okay. Okay, right there. That's the niece. That's the family of George Floyd after seeing his reviewing his body at the funeral. Okay. These are the different family members and people expressing their emotions and feelings. That is the auntie right there, George Floyd. That's Kim Burrell. She sang very beautifully at the funeral. That's the pastor. Let me see what his name is. Pastor Mia and Remus Wright. That's Mr. Wright right there. I should be able to do this on my thing. The singing was so beautiful. This is a very, very beautiful funeral. What Joe Biden had said, though, boy, let me see if I can find that. The part where Al Sharpton, I've, heard him speak several times before. But I'm going to tell you something, man. When he spoke today, it was something else. I'll tell you that. It was something else. Let me find it. Let me find it. Let me find it. There is a name I love to hear, and I love to see his word and his sound. YouTube. And it sounds just like music in my ear. So sweet, his name, oh word. Oh, how
This
I
side of the
love
program.
Jesus. Oh, how I love. Okay. Here it is, here it is, here it is. Oh Lord, now it's saying the media could not play. Why? Why? Why you can't play? Mm-mm-mm. Take me to Twitter then. Take me to Twitter then. Let's try reloading it. I guess that's why I named myself Nicole Reloaded. I guess I know that things is gonna have to reload sometimes. Okay. She's Maurice. They just give me such a hard time, computer. The devil is a liar. Mm-mm-mm. Yep, Joe Biden made me cry. Yes, he did. Yes, Joe Biden made me cry. He did. Hold on really quick. Let me get Joe Biden on the screen. Let me see if I can get this to play. I should have. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to have to be like Uncle Tim and get a YouTube booster, but I mean a Wi-Fi booster, but I don't think it's the. Okay, here it is. Okay, here it is. I don't think that it's my Wi-Fi. I think I downloaded a software onto my YouTube. I mean, not my YouTube. Everything in YouTube onto my laptop for YouTube, and I don't even know what the name of the software is. And I think I downloaded something that was detrimental to my laptop. Ever since then, it has been moving really. It's been moving very slow. So, wait a minute, I can't even see that. Let me get to it. Okay.
By Vice President Joe Biden, and then we will hear from our own Congressman Al Green, then our own Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, and then finally the mayor of this fine city, Mayor Sylvester Turner, in that order. God bless you. Hello, everyone, on this day of prayer, where we try to understand God's plan in our pain. To George's family and friends, Jill and I know the deep hole in your hearts when you bury a piece of your soul deep in this earth. As I've said to you privately, we know you will never feel the same again. For most people, the numbness you feel now will slowly turn day after day, season after season into purpose through the memory of the one they lost. But for you, that day has come before you can fully grieve. And unlike most, you must grieve in public. It's a burden. A burden that is now your purpose to change the world for the better. In the name of George Floyd. Like so many others, I've watched with awe as you summon the absolute courage to channel God's grace and show the good man George was. To stir justice too long purposely, but among all the people around the world who feel connected to this tragedy are the ones who lost something that can never ever be replaced. To George's children and grandchild, I know you miss your dad and your granddad. Oh, Gianna, as I said to you when I saw you yesterday, you're so brave. Daddy's looking down. He's so proud of you. I know you miss that bear hug that only he could give. The pure joy riding on his shoulders so you could touch the sky. The countless hours you spent playing any game you wanted because your smile, your laugh, your love is the only thing that mattered at the moment. I know you have a lot of questions, honey. No child should have to ask questions that too many black children have had to ask for generations. Why? Why is Daddy gone? And looking through your eyes, we should also be asking ourselves why the answer is so often too cruel and painful. Why in this nation do too many black Americans wake up knowing that they could lose their life in the course of just living their life? Why does justice not roll like a river or righteousness like a mighty stream? Why? Ladies and gentlemen, we can't turn away. We must not turn away. We cannot leave this moment thinking we can once again turn away from racism that stings at our very soul, from systemic abuse that still plagues American life. As Thurgood Marshall once implored, quote, America must descend from indifference. It must descend from fear, the hatred, and the mistrust. We must descend because America can't do better, because America has no choice but to do better. I grew up with Catholic social doctrine, which taught me that faith without works is dead. And you will know us by what we do. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to deal with the denial of the promise of this nation to so many people for so long. It's about who we are, what we believe, and maybe most importantly, who we want to be. To ensure that all men and women are not only created equal, but are treated equally. We can heal this nation's wounds and remember its pain, not callous the heart and forget. I know Reverend Sharpton is there in Houston with you today. Rev, I watched you speak from Ecclesiastes last week in Minnesota, chapter 3, verse 1. Everything there is a time and a purpose and a season under the heavens. Today, now is the time, the purpose, the season to listen and heal. Now is the time for racial justice. That's the answer we must give to our children when they ask why. Because when there is justice for George Floyd, we will truly be on our way to racial justice in America. And then, as you said, Gianna, your daddy will have changed the world. May God be with you, George Floyd, and your family. And the words of a hymn from my church based on the 91st Psalm. May he raise you up on eagle's wings, bear you on the breath of dawn, and make you to shine like the sun, and hold you in the palm of his hand. God bless you all. God bless you all.
That was beautiful. Whoa. Joe Biden got my vote with that one. Ain't really no other option to vote for anybody else, though. But it is what it is. Let me see if I refresh this. Have they started? Because they started the funeral procession to the. They're on their way. It is beautiful in Texas. That's for sure. Yeah, let me turn the TV back on.
Crisis that the country is facing, crises, and not just the crises, but the competing emotions, as you alluded to, Nicole. We need someone who's going to be able to make sense of what's going on, but who's going to be able to offer words of hope that we can cling on to as we're trying to think of policy reforms and other things to move forward. So it's a critically important role to not only understand this as the Rev does from the inside out, but to understand the bigger picture of how we can move forward together.
And Eddie, something I think
Is that the Black Panthers out there?
It brings everybody into the conversation. There's no shaming people for their ignorance. There's just understanding, blunt, brutal honesty, and incredible sympathy and compassion for all the families. When you had all the families in that church today stand up, I mean, you'd have to have no heart to not be in tears seeing that spectacle.
Yeah, I mean, he's a preacher after all, and he has to have that capacity, you know what I mean? But I think in these sorts of moments, what's so desperately needed, Nicole, is language. How do we express the nature of our experience? You know, I'm always putting Baldwin on your show, you know, for he has a line in the Fire Next Time that I'm
Don't ever stop. Don't ever stop.
For the Negro experience, there's seldom a language that can account for it, you know what I mean? So what we need in this moment is somehow somebody to find the language to put in words what we're feeling, what is happening. And when we approximate it, there's a shift, there's a move at the gut, a possible shift in the center of gravity of one's moral orientation to the world. So Reverend Al's our charge is to reach for a language that can speak to the humanity of those who are witnessing from the outside.
Right.
So that they can actually access it and then hopefully move to change the world as we currently see it.
Oh, Eddie, as always, you have put it so perfectly. I could talk to you guys forever. Eddie, Alexi, thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us. MSNBC's coverage continues with Chuck Todd after a quick break.
We can't predict the future, but a resilient business.
You see the link? Al Sharpton wasn't playing today, honey child. Okay? That coffin is beautiful. Now let me turn this TV all the way down. It's gonna catch these commercials. His niece spoke so powerful. You could just hear, like, wow. I bet you Floyd looking down from heaven with his mama, like, man, wow, Jesus. All these people. Okay, make sure you don't have nothing turned on in the background, because it'll give real bad feedback, sis. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, turn your TV down in the background.
Some more?
Yeah, because it will pick it up
right.
and I'll get a copyright strike.
All right. So I was sitting here watching the funeral, of course, and I'm just sitting here thinking about a lot of the stuff that's going on and everything. And people are trying to say that we're doing this because Black Lives Matter or police brutality or whatever. No, we're doing this because people are tired.
Right.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
Black people are tired of just taking it and nothing's being done. They're tired of watching Black people get killed by the hands of the police.
Yeah.
They're tired of all of this stuff that's going on where Black people are targeted, whether it's going to the store and being followed, or people thinking you can't afford stuff, or just because you're Black, period. you know, and it gets to the point where we do get angry. You do want to hurt somebody or whatever. But if the police would try, just make an attempt to de-escalate some of these situations, they wouldn't end like this.
Yep.
But 9 times out of the 10, the police are the aggressors. The police are the ones who cause a lot of this stuff to happen because they don't. It's mm, because they don't de-escalate the situation. You're supposed to be there to protect and serve. If a black man was to call the police on a white man, they're gonna say the white man was right. No matter what the black man did, even if he didn't do anything, they're gonna say that he was right. He was, and that goes back to that white is right thing. If you're white, you're automatically determined to be right, and that's bullshit. Because I done seen some of the worst stuff come about during this one pandemic that we're still in, that they're no longer talking about, and it has brought out the ugly in so many people. It's not even funny. And then when you turn around and you hurt one of them because they being disrespectful or nasty to you, then you're wrong. I seen the lady spit on a 17-year-old, spit in that baby's face. Now, if he would have knocked the hell out of her, he would have been wrong.
Right. He would have been all in the wrong. Mm-hmm.
Right. But see, the thing
She
is,
deserved to get the snot smacked out of her mother freaking. God forgive me. I've been
but
praying
see,
today.
this is
Help
the
me.
thing. She was white. He was black. He was protesting. She spit in his face. Now with coronavirus going on,
Right.
now we already know spitting is nasty. If you spit on anybody, that's disgusting.
That's a weapon. A
But
mass
now
destruction.
it's a weapon. Exactly, it's a weapon.
Yeah.
You're spitting on somebody. That's cause to get your ass whooped. But see, they not looking at it. They're not looking at that. And even if he would have put hands on her, they still wouldn't have looked at that. They would have looked at the fact that he was he was black.
Right. Yep.
2, he was a male.
Yep.
But because she was white and she spit on him, it was okay.
Did
Hell
they do
no.
anything to her?
That bitch, yeah, she got disbarred.
Or what
And that,
really what was she?
and that's another thing.
Oh,
She
she
was
was
a
an
freaking
attorney?
lawyer.
She
Hmm?
was an attorney and she spit in the boy's
Yes.
face.
Yes.
Girl, get the front out. Oh my goodness.
She was
Why?
a cop. She was an attorney and she spit in that boy's face. But
And they,
because she
I
was
guess,
white, she would have
they're
been okay.
arguing over there on Capitol Hill about something. Or they arguing
Because
about police reform.
because a 75-year-old white man got pushed by the police and he fell and he's still in the hospital. So that's what they arguing about right now.
Was it a
But
white
see, it
man
was
or was he a black man?
a white man.
Who pushed him? Was it a black cop or a white cop?
No, 2 white cops.
Why they push that old white man like that?
I have no clue.
He probably said all Black Lives Matter. They probably was like, shut your ass up, pops. Yeah.
I don't know.
Girl.
But the whole point of it is that we have somebody that's in the White House who is disgusting, and everybody, they're going on. Oh God, I did not want to say this woman's name, but this black woman, I ain't even gonna say her name. She got on there talking about something. We made George Floyd a martyr. No, we didn't make him a martyr. The police made him a martyr.
Right.
The
I
police
did
did.
a video on her yesterday. Did you see it?
No.
She's
But
trash.
this is the thing. This is my thing with her. I would
She's
not
trash.
matter what he did in his past. Okay? It don't matter what he did in his past. And he could have been a kingpin drug dealer. It wouldn't have mattered. Because at the end of the day, his life was taken. He didn't give it. It was taken.
Say it again.
His life was taken from him
Right.
by somebody who knew him.
She tried to say that a bag of cocaine fell. I said, girl, I done looked all over for all kinds of videos
You
or
and me
whatever.
both. But
I
see,
ain't
my
seen
thing
no
is
video.
this,
I
I
ain't seen
wouldn't
no
care.
video like that.
I did not see not one video where he resisted arrest. Not one.
They're trying to say that he resisted in the car.
Bullshit.
That he got in the car and they pulled him out of the car. But it wasn't
Bullshit.
no serious. He was saying that he was claustrophobic. That he
Right.
that's what he was saying. And the officer got mad and snatched him out and threw him on the ground.
Right.
Even when they approached him at the car at the beginning, the officer
They
pulled
was
the
trying
gun
to
out
snatch
on
him
him.
out the car. They was trying to snatch him out the car, and he still had his seatbelt on. So all of that. What I'm saying is, she sat there and she tried to make it seem like because he was a criminal, it was okay for them to take his life. I don't give a damn if he was the kingpin of kingpins. Nobody has a right to take your life.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how
Period.
much money they offered her.
But see, the thing about that is, I'm gonna tell you, she gonna be another Omarosa.
I don't even think Omarosa was that bad.
But what I'm saying is,
She
she's
had to
going
come
to
out and ask the
she's
black community for forgiveness. Now,
exactly, and she gonna be and can't
girl,
she gonna be the next one. She gonna be the next one as soon as her white husband leave her for a white woman.
is she married to a white man?
Yes, she is.
Oh well, I should have figured. You know, the NAACP saved her butt some years ago. How dare
But
she treat
now,
the NAACP like that?
hmm.
Trash.
And then they're trying to trash Breonna Taylor's name too, saying that she was a damn drug dealer. I'm like, is y'all
Well,
serious right
we
now?
just forget it. All black people are drug dealers. Okay, so do we still deserve to die?
Exactly. I
You
done
you
seen
don't have to.
videos. I done seen videos
Excuse me.
where this is where all of this shit pisses me off. Because I done seen a white woman fight a police officer, got the best of him, not of her, got the best of him. And she still didn't get tased. She still didn't get shot down. I done seen a fight between two police officers, and a man, and he fought the hell out of them and then took their damn police car.
And
So do
well, did
you
you see
really
the
want
man
to
that?
say, do you
How you
really
doing, Shem
honestly want to
Porter?
say that we get equal policing? No, that's bullshit. We don't get equal policing because I done seen where white people done cuss cops out, spit in their face, spit on them, talk shit to them, and they still got away and went home.
Yeah.
But because of the color of my skin, you scared of me. You want to use that? Oh, I was afraid for my life. Bullshit. Y'all ain't afraid for your life. Y'all choose this profession. And don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna say that all cops are bad because they're not. They're absolutely not. I remember one time I broke down on one of our highways, and a state trooper brought me from that highway all the way home. So I'm not gonna say that all cops are bad. I'm never gonna say that. Just like I can't say all white people are racist. That's not true. But the one that we see on TV and that they making examples out of now, we see a lot more of that than we do the good cops.
Right.
We see a lot more of that than the cops who, really, really press for community and trying to bridge the gaps and stuff like that. We see more police brutality than we ever seen community. We see more, and not only that, people are showing their children this, that you and telling their children this, that you shouldn't trust the cops and stuff like that. Because see, when we were growing up, cops came to the schools, they talked about the DARE program, all that kinds of stuff. They don't have none of that no more. So of course, when your kids get on Facebook or Instagram or whatever, and they see these cops, because one, you're not policing your children to know what they're watching or looking at, so they get to see all of these killings by the police and all of it, and now your kids are now afraid of the police.
Right.
Well, what's going to happen when they really need the police and they scared to call them because of whatever? So if your kids is sitting there watching police brutality go on, and then you may be having an asthma attack, heart attack, stroke, whatever, and they don't want to call the police because they scared of the police or they don't like the police because of these reasons, you gonna die.
Just to know that the color of our skin
Is
can
a
have
threat.
us murdered at
Is
any
a
given
threat.
time is a very, I don't even think people can understand unless they're Black to understand how that feels. Just nothing that is our fault. We can't help the color of our skin.
Right. But
And
see,
the
this
thing
is the
that,
thing.
the thing,
Even
Kim, that really drives me crazy is seeing all of this that's going on top of the pandemic, on top of, it's trying to freeze again, on top of all of the evils and stuff that's going on, to come on YouTube where you want to come and have fun and to see African American people at each other's throats saying F your kids, like just going back and forth at each other, not saying anybody individually, then going into another area and they're calling the cops on each other and knowing that the cops can possibly show up and kill somebody, and they won't stop, all for a check. Because it can't be for any other reason. Is it for clout?
my thing is this: what are you gonna get out of that?
They apparently it's been going on and on for a long time. And I don't understand what type of satisfaction does it give someone. And then the kids sit back and watch it, then you creating a generation of YouTubers that your kids are gonna get on here acting like that.
Exactly.
Like what, we got like a movement that's going on right now that's bigger than your YouTube channel. You have a platform where hundreds and thousands of people are watching you. Why don't you want to make a change?
Right.
I guess that's too boring. That's the only reason why it's just me and you listening. So I guess.
But see, it's really not about, like I said before to you and some others, it's not about the quality. Quantity. It's about the quality. So
Right.
if it's just me and you talking right now, who knows who attention we may grab just talking about this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't trip on numbers or whatever. I mean, I get it. Sometimes the numbers may benefit the YouTuber themselves, but at
Right.
the same time, if you're just always spewing discord, anger, what are you getting out of that? Because I'm not going to sit here and live my life being mad at somebody that I've never ever met, never will see, and don't give a damn about.
Right.
I mean, yeah, you gain relationships with But I don't understand how you can have so much
Vitriol.
animosity towards a person that you've never even laid eyes on physically. Like that person being in your face. I don't see how you can have that much animosity for that kind of person
I see
when
why
you've never
some
actually met them.
I see why some of them like come on and check. You know what I'm saying? You talking about my daughter and this and that. And you calling the cops on me and blah blah blah. I can see eventually somebody responding back, but it's the continuous back and forth. If someone was, God forbid, on here dragging my daughter, I don't know if I could be on here arguing back and forth with them instead of in front of a judge asking them to gag the fuck. Let me not curse. To gag them legally, because there's laws that protect children that are online and their privacy. So when I
Right.
see that, it just makes me
But
wonder: are
see,
you
this is
enjoying
the
the
thing.
engagement because they have hundreds and hundreds of people and thousands upon thousands of views, and shoot, you making $100 per video? Go ahead and cuss me out. I'm just gonna get back on and cuss that fat black or that ugly black chick or that wannabe black chick or that white chick out.
But see, there's a difference between a gag order and you just sitting up there doxing someone.
Right.
From my understanding, there's a difference. Because I can stop you from talking about my children.
But how can I stop you from doxing?
Right. But see, not only that, when you start talking about people's children, that is cause for a motherfucker to lay hands on you. And then that's when it gets real difficult because then a person can show up. You understand what I'm saying?
I guess maybe ain't nobody really didn't mess with the real right one, because I know some people. I know some people down here. They would show up like for real. They
Exactly.
would get in their car and they would come find you and beat the dog snot up out of
See,
you,
that's what
and
I'm saying.
wouldn't care
When
about
it
going to
comes
jail.
down to things like that, people will really literally catch a plane. You understand what I'm saying? When it comes to their kids.
I mean, because it just had me
But
sitting here
people
thinking,
but because because they haven't done it to the right person yet that has that access to do that, that's why it still goes on.
I'm telling you, I had a homegirl. That chick was crazy, girl. That girl would get in the car. She had to put on a diaper. You mess with her daughter, she gonna come see you. She didn't care about no police. She'll be like, she
Exactly.
will pull up on you and pop the trunk, and you better not be outside of your vehicle because she will run your ass over and dare you to call the police. Nobody ever called the police on her because I guess the way she showed up was like, darn. And she said the rest of my family is worse. But they kept messing with her and her daughter.
See,
And
that's what
eventually
I'm saying.
she got really tired of it. Girl, she pulled up on that dude and girl ran his foot over with the. Let me be quiet because I don't know if the statute of limitations is up on that.
But that's what I'm
That's what
saying.
she told me.
There are people out here in this world that will truly show up. That's what I'm saying. So if that's what you plan, if your way of thinking is that limited that people can't show up, you got to be crazy.
I mean, do you think they think that people ain't gonna show up? Or do you
Yes,
think some of them are just all in, like, they know it's for a check. I'm gonna get $100 for this each video I make, roughly $50 to $100 for each video. I make 5 videos a day.
I really think people think that they pe- they won't show up. That's just my real thoughts.
So you
People
think if they
think that
thought
people will
somebody
not
would
show up.
show up and put a foot all so far they up their yachts that they wouldn't be able to, you know what I'm saying? They wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because see, people fail to realize right now in this pandemic that we're going through, people ain't got nothing but time. So if you live in DC, okay, perfect example. You in Vegas, right?
Hmm.
Texas is what, 3 hours away from you?
I don't know, is it?
I know Cali is like 4.
Yeah, California's not that far from here.
Okay. So listen to this. Okay, you're in Vegas. Do you actually think that people wouldn't take if you was to say something about somebody's child in California?
Oh yeah, we'll be meeting up over there on Martin Luther King to throw 'em.
You don't
Yeah.
think that they would drive from California to Vegas just to get at you about their kids?
Right, and probably be slick about it. Wait until you at the club or going to pick up some and bop biddy bop 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 bop,
Exactly.
catch you right off guard.
Exactly. Now for people that's on the East Coast, if you in Baltimore and I'm in Jersey, that's only a 2.5 hour ride.
Right.
Do you actually think if you was talking about my kids, I wouldn't jump in the car and be like, see you in 2 hours and
Girl.
show the fuck up about my kids?
Mm, mm,
If
mm.
you talking about hurting my kids, you really think I wouldn't take that 2 hour drive to come lay hands
You wouldn't have
about
any
my kids?
you wouldn't have any bless oil with you, would you?
What?
I
I
said you
have it
would.
in the car so I can pray for they answer, pray to
We
their
gonna pray for
ancestors.
their ancestors.
Yeah, you better come get them because I'm about to kill them.
You said I'm gonna
But
pray for their ancestors.
but
You
the thing, and another thing that I was thinking about is the black on black crime. Okay, so y'all gonna say, I've heard people say, oh, they'll start caring about us when we stop killing us. Okay, now ain't it white on white crime?
Yep.
Ain't white people out here burning down their house with their kids in the house?
Right.
Ain't people
Driving
out
into the
ain't
ocean with full vehicles.
right? Ain't white people out here massacring their mamas and daddies, killing the whole families?
Girl.
Now, granted, I get what they're trying to say as far as the black on black crimes or whatever, but I feel like this: if you teach your kids right and their mind is strong, no matter what color they are, no matter what color they are, but if you teach your kids to love people, love themselves, teach your daughters that she ain't gotta twerk for $1, uh, teach your kids to love God, to love, you know what I'm saying, the family and stuff like that, maybe we wouldn't have as much black on black crime, white on
Right.
white crime, crimes against everybody. But see, the thing about the thing about this is a lot of this is they sit there and say, oh, they're rioting and they're looting because they're animals and all of this stuff. No, we're not animals. Because if you really want to think, if you really want to dig deep about this shit, let's dig deep about this shit. Caucus, Caucasian. That came from the mountains of Caucasus in
Oh
Europe.
Lord. That's where what's her
So
name from, girl?
let's really break it down. In the mountains of Caucasus is where cavemen came from.
Oh Lord Jesus. Not the caveman.
They were the ones that was eating raw meat, beating their wives across the head, and having sex with her while she was knocked out.
Some people
Am I
still
wrong
into
or am I wrong? If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong.
that. Excuse me. No, you ain't wrong.
Okay. Now, in the Middle Eastern countries are the people of color. Am I correct? That means black, brown, Asians, I will say, because they're brown. Um, that's where the land where they said that Jesus dwelled. Am I right?
Right.
And they said that he had skin of bronze, which is brown,
Mm-hmm.
and hair like lamb's wool, which means that his hair could not have been straight
Right.
and he could not have been white,
Mm-hmm.
right?
We are
No,
the
no,
first.
I'm
We
asking a
are the
question.
first. We are the first Jews.
Now, with that being said, who was the animal? Who was more animalistic, rather, should I say? Who was more barbaric, should I say?
Isn't respect due to a dog?
Well, they give dogs more respect than they give people. Well, that than they give black people. Let's just say that. Because I'm sure you saw the video of the lady who was choking the dog, right?
Yeah, I did
Because
a
that
video
black
about
man, because that big black man was attacking her, which was a lie.
it. Mm-hmm.
But you see, the funny thing about that is somebody put a post on Facebook and it said something to the effects of women have become the detectives in the world because they actually solve crimes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that the black women, this is how they broke it down. They said the black women called for her to lose her job. The white women calls for her to lose her dog. I hollered
I
when
called
I
for her to
read
get
that.
fired and for her to lose her dog. Okay.
I was screaming because I was like, you know what? That is crazy as hell. Because whether we want to look at it like that or not, that is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I was looking at the video when it first hit, when I was looking at the video, I said, you know what? I said this shit is crazy because she choking the hell out that dog.
Poor
That
dog,
was
man.
the first thing that popped in my head.
That
Like
that was
she is
that
choking
poor
the,
dog. That dog was. I'm like, oh my
he was
God,
about to
save
bite
poor
her.
baby.
That dog was about to bite her.
Yeah, the
But
dog seemed like she wanted to get away from her and get to the man.
right, but here's the kick because he had offered the dog a treat. And she told me something. I didn't know what was in that treat. So yeah.
Yeah,
But
I bet you
this is
she was shocked when she found out he was a Harvard graduate.
it didn't even that didn't matter
I
to her
know it
whether
didn't
he was a graduate, whether he graduated from high school or college. That
matter.
didn't
Right.
matter. The fact was he was a black man in a park, not bothering nobody.
You think she was
He
really scared?
hell no. Hell no. Because she kept walking up on him.
Right. Pointing. I'm
This
gonna tell
is
the police.
but here's the kicker though. What y'all may not have seen is he showed the sign in the
Yep.
park first,
Mhm.
where it said that all dogs are
Let's be
supposed
on
to
the
be
on
on
a
a
leash.
leash before, you know what I'm saying? So he was not wrong in asking her to put her dog on a leash.
No, because he's a bird watcher and he watches. He was on the side of the. There's a certain
Right.
area in that
It's
park
it's certain areas of the park for
where it's
everything. Like
protected.
they have a doggy park in Central Park,
Right, but that area was
but
protected
where
because of the wildlife.
right. And so he was in the part of the park where the bird watchers be, where they feed the birds and stuff like that. And when the people would come through there with the dogs and they would give a treat to the dog. You know what I'm saying? So the dog wouldn't go after the birds.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So that was something that he did on a regular basis. It wasn't something that he just started. So where she went wrong was he showed that sign first that it said all dogs must be on a leash. And then it was he proceeded to ask her to put her dog on a leash. She started attacking him, cussing him out, and all kinds of stuff, and her dramatics and all that stuff. And I said in your comments, I said that bitch need to be an actress,
Yeah.
because that performance that she put on was epic.
I think that she did work in the film or something at one point, drawing or something. I don't know. But yeah,
But
she surely did put on for the camera, sis.
oh, he's attacking me, bitch. That man he ain't took 2 steps to the left, 2 steps to the right. All he did was back away from you when you was trying to put your hands on him, trying to tell him to stop recording you.
Yep.
But see, you ain't the first white bitch that blame black people for your shit. And then here's the kicker. After all of that performing that she did, guess what she did? Put the dog on the leash.
Hmm. And as soon as she did, that's when he turned the camera off. He said, "I'll stop recording when you put the dog on the leash."
No, he didn't stop recording until the police got there.
No, he said that he told her that he wasn't going to stop recording until the police got there and he turned the camera off. He probably was
Yeah,
recording another device, but he stopped recording her.
but this is what I'm saying. By the time she put the dog on the leash, by the time the police got there, he stopped recording when the police got there. That's what I'm saying. When all he asked her to do, could you please put your dog on the leash? And like I said, the reason why they have that part of the park, it says in that part of the park, because of the animals, because of the birds and stuff. They feed the birds, so that means the birds are going to be what? Landing right there in front of the bird watchers. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So if you have a dog in that part of the park, you're supposed to have your dog on a leash no matter what. She ended up getting a ticket for having her dog off the leash.
She should have been charged though with for falsely.
False, false accusations. Yeah, and calling the
Yeah.
police. She should have. But then she gets on there talking about, so my life has been turned upside down. I lost my job. I lost my dog. Yeah, but you didn't give a damn whether he lost his life because you called the police.
Yep. And then
For
right after
something
that,
for something that was so simple as you putting your dog on a leash could have got him killed. But you
there's
ain't care about that.
there's something about racism that has affected Caucasians' way of thinking.
Living. Hmm. But see, this is what's gonna change everything. This is not just about George Floyd. This is not just about Breonna Taylor. This is not just about Amala Aubrey. This is about everyone who has lost their lives in the hands of the police, whether they're black, white, brown, or indifferent.
Right.
Okay? This is what this is about. And they not and some of them are not seeing it as that. All they're saying as these 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 black people are rioting and looting and this, that, and other. But see, this is what I took from Killer Mike. He said that one of his businesses was looted or damaged during the riots in Atlanta. But he said, I get it. He said, I get it. And some of them are collateral damage. Unfortunately, some of the black businesses that have been attacked are collateral damage. But at the same time, they understand the plight of it. They're gonna rebuild. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when it comes to those two separate issues, they're not burning and looting just to be burning and looting.
Hmm.
They're making a statement. They're letting you know, you get our money. Y'all want our money. But what do y'all do for the communities that y'all serve? What are
Got a
y'all
nerve to
doing?
got a nerve to
What are,
call them peacemakers though.
huh?
Got a nerve to call them peacemakers, and majority don't keep the police. There was one
Exactly.
police department that came on, and their whole police department in one district all knelt down on one knee.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was really nice.
Yeah. And do you know that there was a 21-year-old who is a police officer? Well, he was a police officer. And he said he asked his sergeant, could he kneel? And she told him no. He said he was off that day, so he went out there to protest, and he still went in out of respect and asked his commanding officer, could he kneel now that he was in uniform, out of uniform. He said they said no. He said he wanted to do it before the cameras came. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But then he said that after he took his badge and gun and gave it to them and said he don't want to be a police officer anymore, even though that was his dream job, even though that was what he wanted, even though that was what he wanted to do for the rest of his life. He said that he could not in good conscience do that because of the simple fact that they did it for the cameras. He wanted to do it in solidarity of Black Lives Mattering to
Oh
him.
wow!
So he quit his job, even though he had a baby on the way. Even though
Somebody
he
gonna
he
somebody gonna hear that and get that boy a job. I guarantee
yeah,
you that.
yes, yes. Because it doesn't it and I get it. I and they had did a GoFundMe or whatever for him, and he told everybody, he said, get your money back. He said, because right now me and my wife are good. And his wife is white and Asian, I think.
Was he a
But
white man?
no, he was black.
Hmm.
But his wife is white and Asian, I think he said. And he said right now, he said we don't need anything. He said we're good. He said, but he said, so if you sent money to a GoFundMe, get it back. He said, I just want to be the type of person that stands for something. He
Hmm.
said, because if you stand for something, he said, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. But see,
Right.
this is another thing that they fail to realize, that in the Bible that they taught us, remember, they took chapters out of the Bible that pertain to us. But anyway, uh, it said the kingdom suffered violence, and the violence was taken by force. Am I right?
All right.
That's the word. That's the book. So if that's the word and that's the book, that means that the kids are doing right by protesting. And another thing, all them damn people that was bust in
Right,
to
girl,
all of the protests
those were ops.
and that was lining them streets with the piles of bricks and starting the riots and looting and all of that shit. Stop blaming that shit on us. The people who was defacing people's buildings and all of that stuff, stop blaming that shit on us.
Mm-hmm.
Because from my understanding and from the protests, all of the protests that I have seen, as far as it was concerned, when it was all black people, they were all peaceful until
Yeah.
you seen a white person throw a brick or a white person throw a bottle, a water bottle, or whatever. Stop
You
blaming that
see
shit
that
on
Jake
us.
Paul got arrested.
Huh?
Jake Paul got arrested. He's a big YouTuber, and he got they arrested him the other a few days ago. And I
Portia got
called,
sprayed with the pepper spray.
huh?
Portia,
Portia got sprayed with pressure. What?
she was out there protesting, and Portia Williams, she was out there during the protest, and they sprayed the pepper spray, and she got sprayed.
I mean, you ain't no housewife or what, Atlanta out there in the streets like that. You another, you another marcher.
But see, my thing is this: what they fail to realize is, I'm gonna put it to you like this: just like I thought about just like the things I felt about the organ harvesting that they've been doing in the world, and just like the blood donations and all of that stuff. I'm sure when it comes down to white people needing an organ, okay, they're not out there saying this ain't come from a black man, did it?
Oh, of course not.
If they need blood, they're not sitting out there saying this ain't come from a black man, did it?
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I did ask when I got before I got my blood transfusion was the blood from a Christian. I didn't want no blood from no racist. And the lady was
But
like,
I'm
"We don't have
saying,
it." She
the,
said, "We don't have it. We don't have the blood categorized, ma'am, by religion." I was like, "Well, you should."
but see, my thing is this: regardless of when it comes down to a life or death situation, on the
Ah,
inside, on the inside, we are all the same color. We all bleed the same blood color. It ain't
I
like
don't know, girl. Some
if
of them reptiles, sis. So I don't. Some of them bleed green.
I don't, that's some bullshit. If you cut me and you cut a white person, the same red blood gonna come out of them as come out of me. It may be a different blood type. It may even be a little darker, but it's still gonna bleed red. If I spit on the ground and and a white person spit on the ground, they both gonna be clear.
I don't know about all that.
If you cut me open and you cut a white person open, heart, lung, liver, all of that, it's still gonna be the same size. It's still gonna be the same color.
Cause I wondered, did
When
that
they
lady that spit on that boy, did she have green mucus mixed all up in her darn spit when
it
she
does,
spit on him?
what I'm saying is, on the inside,
No, I know,
we are
girl, what
all
you
the
said.
same
Yeah, I know.
color.
Yeah.
We're all the same color. We all have the same
We all need
organ.
a liver to survive. We all need lungs. Shoot. And
Right.
if you stand on any, just like whatchamacallit said, I'm so glad that he said it like that. Going, because I said that myself when I first seen George, that man on his neck. I said, even somebody physically in shape to take
Hmm.
that position, to put and stay in that position as long as he did, Was
Mhm.
it 8? Is it 8 minutes and 49 or 46? 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
Yeah, something like 43.
It's either 46 or 49.
No,
But
no. The reason why I know is because Al Sharpton had us standing on I think it was last Tuesday, when they did the funeral in North Carolina. He said, I need everybody to stand for 8 minutes and 43 seconds.
that's a long time.
And he was like, and he said in silence, because he said he wanted everybody to see how long 8 minutes and 43 seconds was.
I'm gonna have to get up out of here in a minute.
But the whole and another thing that I loved about T.S. Madison, she had put up a post the other day about
He was on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
okay, but
Regardless if it was 43, 49, that's a long, that's a long, long,
if
that's
you
a long
stand
time.
if you stand for 8 minutes and 43 seconds and don't say nothing, yeah, it feels like a long time. It
It would
does.
feel like forever.
Yeah.
I don't even have the patience to do some shit like that.
But what I was gonna say is there was a transgender who got beat up. I don't know if they got killed, but I do know I saw part of it in it, and they were beating up this person. It was a transgender girl who got beat up really, really badly, I know. But
No.
my thing is this, but the first thing that you see about her, she's black. She's black.
Who hurt her?
People ha- I don't know the girl's name. I just know that I saw a video of them beating on a transgender girl. But my thing about it is this: whether you are trans, gay, a lesbian, American, African, Asian, whatever you are, be you. Be unapologetically you. But the whole point of all of this is the first thing that you notice about this person is they are black. African American, the same thing that you are, no matter who they are, who they choose to live their life as,
Right.
they're still black. So they still have a voice, they still have a stand. And people need to realize that before they were transgender, before they were gay, before they was lesbian, before they was anything, the first thing they were was black.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
So their cause is still our plight too.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're marching next to you, leave them alone. They're marching next to you because they are black too. Just because they choose to live their life as a transgender doesn't make them any less black. Because
Yep.
at the end of the day, they get nervous when the police stop them too. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because they can die too.
Yep. And probably in some
So
cases,
people need to
probably a
stop.
lot. You know what I'm
So
saying?
people, so people need to stop and think about that. They can lose their life because they're one black first. It doesn't matter who they choose to live their life as. They're still black. As T.S. Madison said, she's still black.
Friend that's Caucasian, and because he's gay, that deals with a lot of police brutality, and you know, he's a white male, but they mess with him because he's gay in a small
but
town.
see, but see, this is my thing. What makes them different?
Now they might take
He's
him.
still
They
white.
take him to jail, but eventually he'll get off. But they just getting him for his money.
Exactly.
They're
That's
getting
the
him for his
thing.
money.
That's the thing, though.
Because I'm like the shit that you
That's
done
the
done to the
thing.
police, arguing and fighting, and and all this other stuff with
Okay.
them. A black
Okay.
person.
Perfect example. Perfect example. Jay-Z. We're gonna speak on him.
Oh
Perfect
God.
example. He's a billionaire. He's a billionaire, right?
Yep.
He talked about selling drugs, which he did, going to jail, which he did, all of that stuff. He talked about what he did in his past, right?
Uh,
But he's still a billionaire. And at the end of the day, if he goes and I mean, of course he's world renowned, so people know him around the world. But at
right.
the end of the day, don't you think he would get hung up on a tree just like everybody else that's black?
Yeah, especially you put him down in the middle, what in Mississippi somewhere, and,
Exactly.
and put some regular clothes on him. Put some dirty clothes on him. And make him have to walk from one side to the next.
One in yeah. Don't you think they would pull a Ahmaud Arbery on him too?
Right. They'll be like, look at that, look at that, look at that Igor there. It looks like you look like a broke Jay-Z, Igor. I'm trying. You can't be.
My point exactly. My point exactly.
What you doing
Even
around
though,
here? Where you doing around here around these parts? Kim, what's your name? Kim Keisha.
exactly. Even
Doing
though
around here,
he
baby.
is a billionaire.
They'll pop his big nose butt too. Beyonce as well. Take that
Exactly.
take that take the weave out of her hair, wash it, don't blow dry it, just brush it and put it back in a ponytail and put on some regular clothes and walk down in Mississippi.
Exactly.
They
They
still,
would
and what people don't know, for y'all that will listen on the replay, that black folks are still being lynched. That's the reason why they want to drop the Emmett Till anti-lynching law. This stuff is still going on.
exactly. Exactly. It's still
And we're
going.
still being poisoned. Our women and children
Exactly.
are still being raped. It's
Exactly.
still going down. I couldn't
You
believe that
see,
she
the
said,
whole
girl, I
thing.
gotta look up these statistics though, because they're saying some of the statistics that Candace said was actually on point. I want to know, was she reading a state statistic just for a state, or was she talking about worldwide? Because she was saying that more white
But
folks get
see,
killed by the police than black people do.
bullshit.
Try not to cuss this, but go
I
ahead.
don't know where she got her statistics from, but
She got it
statistics
from the
can be
Washington. She got it from the Washington Post.
okay. And I'm gonna say this about statistics can be fixed. Statistics can be fake. Just like they saying about this coronavirus, and then somebody said, "Oh, the cure for coronavirus is a riot or the protest or whatever." But then they said, if you were at any protest
Yes, for all we
in
can be
America,
manipulated, baby. Yes, we
you
can.
need
Welcome to the chat.
you can be you can if you were at any protest, it says go get tested for coronavirus. Why? Because they used the blood of some of the people who were already dead from coronavirus to make those tear things, the tear gas and all of that.
Yeah, because they were telling them to stop throwing that tear gas around because it was actually causing the spread of
Of
coronavirus.
coronavirus.
Yeah, because people are coughing and spitting and all kinds of stuff because of that.
Yeah. So if you were at any protest go get tested for coronavirus.
So you don't believe in it? You think the test is a bunch of malarkey too?
I'm not gonna say the test. I think that how is it that you have a test for something that you said we've never ever been through before? So how can you test for something that you've never ever seen or been through before?
Oh, they've seen this before. All the coronavirus is SARS on steroids. That's all it is. It's a
Okay,
mutation. It's a mutation of SARS. It's been here before.
okay, okay. So tell me, why do y'all have? Okay, y'all said the animals can't transport coronavirus to people, right? Then
Mm-hmm.
how is it that y'all had a coronavirus vaccine for a dog?
Mm-hmm. The reason why people are dying from the coronavirus is because they're not being adequately treated for it. There's a video that I did that I put up here. I'm sorry that you missed it, sis, but they took it down immediately. They didn't keep it up here long. And after
Mm-hmm.
that, like my channel like really got affected. So they're intentionally not sending out, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
To let people know that, that I'm on or whatever, because they're pulling my lives and stuff down.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I was telling the people, if they like and enjoy us having these type of conversations, I need for them to share, if they can, to share it, or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. I don't know. Maybe I might have to create some type of some email list or whatever, and email people when I go out, because now I can't even share on my community wall. I should have never posted up there what I posted, but I didn't post nothing negative. I didn't post anything negative.
And not only that, you got to remember that
And
they
I
they
barely even curse. I'm not saying
coronavirus
that
is
I
for
don't curse, but I
population
barely
control.
curse. I'm not.
I still hold the same thing that I said from before. I think that coronavirus is for population control.
Oh yeah, it is. You need to see
They
that
said that they
documentary.
said that we had too many people in the world,
Yes.
and the easiest way to get rid of them is to put something out there that's going to kill people. And not only that, I remember some years back Oprah Winfrey saying that the old people are going to die anyway.
Now
Basically,
let
give it
me
to
ask
them.
you for all. You said your DNA. Thank you from coming over from Periscope. Make sure you subscribe to my channel too, babe. So what do you mean? You said they want our DNA. What do they want our DNA for?
You know why they want our DNA.
I know, but I just want to see what I want to see what for all is gonna say. But go ahead, sis.
No, I want to answer the question. you
You can go ahead and answer it.
you know why I want to answer. I want to answer that question. They want our DNA because our DNA is superior to theirs. Period.
Mm-hmm. Because
That's why they. That's why so
they
many.
want
That is
your
why
DNA is
so
what they
many
want.
of. Yeah, they don't want us, but they want our DNA. They want our uh.
They want our strength. They
They
want
want
our
our
hue.
insides.
They want our hue. They want our big hearts.
They want
Our
our
big
bodies.
kidneys. They want our
They they
they want our
they
brains.
want our bodies. That's why so many. That is why so many children are going missing. That's why so many black men are being killed because they're organ harvesting them.
Girl, that's on a whole nother level. They ain't ready for that. And
We
some
know
of
why.
the
We know why they want our
Democrats
DNA.
involved in some of that organ harvesting too. Pay attention. It
Because
ain't
if
just
they
the
didn't
Republicans.
think about it, Nicole, our naturally shapely hips, they buying them. Our naturally full breasts, they're buying them.
Yep.
Our men's big black penises,
They're
they
buying
trying to get them too. They buying them.
them. Yep.
The way our men are built. they're buying that too.
Yep.
Our full lips, our full lips, they want that too. Our complexion, our golden
Yeah.
skin
Some
tone,
don't want
our
our hair.
kiss by the sun. Look, our natural kiss by the sun. They want
Yep.
that too.
I've had white women come up to me and physically try to touch me and tell me I love the color of your skin. I
Our
just
hair,
like
our hairstyle.
thank you,
They
ma'am.
want they want all of that. But when it's time to be us,
Oh no,
they
when it's
don't want
time
that
to get
smoke.
pulled over by the cop and get a paycheck in tax time, no, they don't want that.
They don't want that.
Some of the women don't even want the babies. Want some of them mixed babies afterwards neither, because they like what I'm supposed to do with this hair.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying all, but like, oh, I didn't think this was what it was cracked up to be. And then the African American man has so much problems in regards to the family as a whole. Because when you get with a woman, you're not just getting with her and the kids. You getting with her mama, daddy, the whole
Mm-hmm.
family come along, and they treat some of these men, no matter what they do, or women, wrong. And that's a different form of abuse, because now you're dealing with self, you know what I'm saying, like self-hate.
Mm-hmm.
I've had
Right.
black men tell me that they've dated white women that called them nigga, and it wasn't nothing. It hurt them so bad, hurt them like no other hurt, but they didn't want to
But
let it.
they stay with them.
Yep.
They either stay with them or either they went to another one.
Yep.
So I'm like, and then they get mad and say, stuff like, my boyfriend black. Okay, what are you? I'm white, but my boyfriend black. What that got to do with anything? And see, and whoo, Jesus.
But then the thing
I
is,
think some. I think some.
black
I
men need
think.
to start
I
cherishing and honoring
white women.
black women, and loving on us the way that we deserve to be loved. And black women need to love on their brothers the way that they deserve to be loved. Because
Right.
if we don't take care of each other, we sure hell can't hope that they're gonna have respect for us.
Hmm.
It do start at home.
Right. But see, a lot of these black men that date white women or marry white women or whatever the case might be, and they say, "Oh, I ain't never dating a black woman. They loud, they this, they that." But you fail to realize that you got a
Them
black
white women
mother,
be
a
louder
black
than us.
grandmother, black sisters. So so that's what you taught. That's how you feel about your mom, your grandma,
Most
your
women
ancestors.
also that are mixed that date black men are louder and more cultural sounding than most black women.
But then when they get a white woman who want to act like she a black woman, then y'all really get mad. Y'all rather have those docile white women that y'all see in the movies that cater to their husbands
Yeah, they
and don't
want.
talk back.
Yeah, that no, they get another thing. That one,
But
mm-mm.
see, this is the thing.
And then
Even they
another
got
thing,
beat.
though, too, girl, some of them are willing to, do
Even
sexual positions that African American women don't do.
okay, that's all well and good. But at the same time, realize this: that even those docile women who cook clean, stay pregnant and barefoot, they still got their ass whooped by their white husband.
Yep.
So let's be real. Let's be real. Like I said in the beginning of this conversation, when that white woman spit on that young black man, if it comes down to sides, she chose her side. You chose your side, but you
You gonna
chose
get
to
divorced? You
keep your
telling me this lady
cool.
gonna lose her career for spitting?
She lost her job.
What did they
She lost
charge her
her
with?
she lost her license.
What did they charge her with? They were able to
No,
take her license that quick?
she was disbarred. But she ain't in jail. But that's my problem with this.
She
He
gonna
kept
try
his
to.
composure. He kept his composure and didn't put hands on her. But had he put hands on her, they would have killed him.
How they disbar that lady that fast?
I think that happened like a couple weeks ago. I think that happened like in the first week of the protest.
I seen the picture.
But the point of the matter is this. Whether it happened Friday and she got disbarred Monday, the reason why she got disbarred is because people called the bar.
No, that's good that she got disbarred. I just thought like it's a process. Like you can't.
No,
I mean,
when it comes to
she
with
can get
the
fired
way
from the firm.
no, with the way racial tension is right now, if she wouldn't have got disbarred, they'd that would have been another issue that they would have put on the block. And
Yeah,
for us to have a president,
um, they got you can't just fire a lawyer. You can fire them from a working at a law firm, but you can't just take their license like that. There's a process.
oh yes, they can.
Oh no, they can't.
Yes, they
They
can,
can't take
Nicole.
it. Like if you get in trouble in one day, they can fire you from the firm. But maybe if she knew what she did was so bad, she probably like, oh Lord, I might as well just step down. I don't know.
But see
Let
that's what I'm saying. Like it depends on the situation. What
uh,
she did, she basically assaulted that young man.
right. I agree with you, sis. I'm just saying you can't just if a lawyer gets in trouble, they can't just automatically say you're disbarred in 5 seconds.
But
There's a process.
but but because she assaulted him during this time,
Right. But she was on government steps though. It had to be more to it. Wasn't they on like government steps and stuff? Like all of that
no,
would be taken.
they were on the street. They were on the street. It looked like they were in front of a store. And for 45 to put that racial slur out there, talking about some when you start looting, we start shooting.
Damn, how she was a lawyer? You sure?
Yeah, I'm
This bitch
positive.
look crazy, y'all. This
Yep.
lady look. Hey, Mr. Yes, make sure you subscribe too, baby, and come over to my YouTube channel too. Thank you, Periscope watchers. I appreciate it. Okay, here I found it. It's in the New York Post. This lady look crazy, yo. Lawyer spits on black teen during Wisconsin protest,
There you go.
kicks cop in groin.
But I bet you she ain't go to jail. She ain't get arrested.
Yeah, she's in jail.
But yeah, she got
It says white lawyer in Wisconsin. Oh, okay, I gotta.
lost her whole damn mind.
White lawyer in Wisconsin has been arrested for alleged spitting on a black teen protesters, and then again, she was caught in another video shoving a college student who had been writing protest messages in front of her home, according to a report. In first case, Stephanie Rapkin, 64, showed up at an
That's her.
anti-racism rally, Shorewood, on Saturday, parking her car in the street to block the march. When the demonstrators told her to move her vehicle, she spat at a 17-year-old Eric Patrick Lucas, who helped organize the event, according to the report. She was booked into the Milwaukee County Jail on Sunday, and faces charges of battery, disorderly conduct. But community leaders have called for strong action, including being disbarred and being hit with a hate crime charge. Yeah, she hasn't lost her license yet. Her bail was
Oh,
set at
see, they
$950. And then it says, I continue to be
$950.
mentally and physically shaken to be assaulted by an adult in my own community during a pandemic was traumatic, Lucas said. Again and again, I viewed not as a child, but as a color, he added. Ratkins later
Exactly.
captured on a cell phone video in an altercation with a 21-year-old senior Joe Freeman who had been writing, girl, this lady crazy. She over here spitting, kicking people in the balls and everything.
Mm-hmm.
She old as 64 years old. Somebody said, "You're effing bat crazy," he adds, as his mother says they were calling the cops. Yeah, he need to go get tested to make sure he don't got no coronavirus or herpes or hepatitis or none of that. I hope she didn't spit in his mouth or it got in his eye. Cause I
And
know
he should sue her.
he gonna sue her. And she kicked the cop in his groin. So she attacked like 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna lose her license once they fully charge her and all that other stuff. You can't go around doing that
Mm-hmm.
unless she gonna try to say she had a psychological break after seeing all those black people.
Of course she will.
She's gonna play crazy.
Mm-hmm. But that ain't gonna help.
What do you have to say about spitting on that kid? N95 masks during a pandemic when our doctors are dying. I didn't hurt anything. Oh, we have proof. Oh, you have proof. You know, you people are so incredibly stupid. It isn't funny. You spit on a 17-year-old kid. I spit on a man who attacked me. He did not attack you. How did he attack you? You admitted it on video. I admitted it to him too, and I said I was sorry. But when somebody comes up to you like this,
Whoa!
I am explaining.
Oh my God!
Just put your hands on me. Oh. That is assault right there.
Oh, she about to get arrested again.
You are fucking batshit crazy.
See?
Oh, she is crazy. I'm gonna put this video up here later. Girl, she is crazy. The people, this is a Caucasian people went to her house and asked her about what she did, and she walked up on the man and bumped her titties up into him, talking about this. She blew a kiss. She blew a kiss at him. So I don't know. They're gonna try to get her arrested. That lady might as well just say cancel Christmas for her.
Exactly.
Is out thou over. Okay? Like,
but now you see what I'm saying when I said she deserves to lose her license, and they're gonna call for her to lose her license.
From the beginning, I just want to make sure that I clarify on my YouTube channel so they don't say I'm putting out false information. Let me see. Oh Lord, hold on. That was my bank that had called. Girl, I was scared they was about to say, Yeah, Miss Nicole Reloaded. You owe us some money, or you or they think I'm making some money over here on this YouTube channel and asking for some money.
Absolutely.
Girl, I got scared. Your bank don't talk like that now.
Mr. Yes, we did. She is lucky she didn't get dog walk for that.
Right. Okay. Perfect. Perfect words, Mr. Yes. Yes, we did. She dog walked. She crazy. She crazy. I would try
She
to
ain't
put.
crazy. She ain't crazy.
Girl,
We're
that
not
lady.
even about to put that narrative out there. She's not crazy. She knew exactly what she was doing when she did it,
She was doing, but she's still crazy.
and she deserves whatever she gets. Just like the lady in the dog situation, she lost her job and she lost her dog, and that's what she was. That's more about what she was worried about than almost getting a black man killed because she got on the phone talking about some. She feared for her life and he was attacking her. That was a lie. It was a straight lie.
Girl, maybe the what's it called? Mr. Yes, what they put in the boobies, maybe some of that silicone leaked out her titty from her being donkey punched by her husband. You know, because she probably into that pig play, so that she had rough sex with, with strange men's late at night, and that's what she do in the bedroom, and she got the game twisted that day. Stop, that lady wasn't doing nothing wrong, girl. She just was trying to, get her spit on.
Yeah, she better be glad. She better be glad.
She was
She
like,
didn't get her
yeah.
ass whooped.
She was like, yeah, my dream is to spit on all the niggers, and I can't. Oh, I'm just kidding. Let me stop. I
But
gotta laugh sometimes to keep from crying. I'm just telling
but
you,
you know
man.
what? The one thing about this is the one thing that I am proud of our young people for is the fact that they had the balls, that's what I'll say, to go out there and protest the injustice that they see every single day.
I'm
I
very
have
thankful
so
that
much
our
respect for
children
them. I
made
am
it
so
home.
proud of them.
I'm thankful
That
that our
they,
children made it home from those protests.
mm-hmm,
You
that
know,
too. But a lot of kids got arrested.
it made them
A lot
change
of kids got arrested.
what we go through. I don't think they really realized what we go through, and I think anybody with a heart or a soul was able to see, like, if that video did not bother you, do something to you, make you cry, have bad dreams, you need to go and speak to somebody, because something is wrong with you. That man
True.
put his knee on that man's neck, and when he
Casually put his hands in his pocket.
try to move so he can just grasp a little bit of air, he applied more pressure. And when you put your hands in your pocket, you use that to put down his all weight. So he had dead weight being placed on his near his trachea. And I'm surprised that did he have broken bones? I have to go through the autopsy.
No.
I have the full I have the
No.
I have the full autopsy report, because there
He
was
didn't
something
have any broken
they didn't
bones.
read out. His face was scratched up and severely, like he had pressure wounds.
Yeah.
Something happened to some of his bones. That don't mean they had to be like, they, you know what I'm saying, broken in pieces. But I believe that somebody told me he had a fracture or something like that. And if they would not have had that video, they would not have known that he, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to prove pressure asphyxiation
Right.
unless you can, you can see it. You'll just know because he died from cardiac arrest, because there was no blood flow going to the man's brain. But anybody, if you can watch that video, and you can watch it on high definition, and you slow it down and draw it in. That officer was turned on by what he did, and I believe that he got some form of sexual I don't know what you would call it, but gratification. He got something like that, like some type of endorphins that you would never, you know what I mean? Like you would get off of some cocaine, like he was satisfied. You know, like when a man is, pounding the pavement, and he don't stop, and he don't come back to his senses until he released. That's what he did to George Floyd.
But see, my thing is this: if you are a mother, and you watch that video and didn't feel something is really wrong with you, because you have children. And for that man to say, "Mama, I can't breathe," that should have pricked every heart of a mother in this world.
I know,
because
it broke mine. It made me hold my
because
daughter and my dog, and called my daddy to ask him did he have his asthma medication. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I kept seeing it play over and over in my mind, and I said, "Darn, what can I do to make a difference? What can I do to help? I got to do something." I said, "The only thing I got is this YouTube channel, and just put out videos about it, and hopefully bring awareness."
And did you see how they attacked LL Cool J for asking how he said he wonders how people are reacting that are in damn it, I just lost biracial relationships. And he said that he was just wondering, because he said, why is that not a question that he can ask?
Right, because it had to bring some form of tension, because
I've
seen some people comment, male and female, that are involved in biracial relationships, saying, "I don't think that way," because I'm sure every partner, every black woman or every black man that's with someone that's a different nationality, no matter how much you sympathize, you do not know how it feels, period. Because it won't happen to you, and it will never happen to you.
Right.
Period.
And it's funny because
I'm looking at them sideways. I wonder how many people broke up from relationships that day, depending on what their partner's response was.
Right.
You got white people knocking on neighbors' doors, telling them that they sorry. Like, dude, I didn't even know you was racist, Betty across the street. But thank you for this pie and this car wash coupon.
But you know what? I think that a lot of people, I think this showed that a lot of people felt like their ancestors or family had those thoughts about black people, and I think that's what they were apologizing for. I don't think that they were apologizing for themselves. I don't think that they were apologizing for themselves. I think that a lot of them, because
I think they were apologizing for themselves and for the actions, because they know that they have white privilege. And if you sit back and you watch this type of behavior go on, and you are sit there and
you don't say nothing,
you're just as guilty as the racist, or even worse. You're good enough to take the dick, but you're not good enough to stand up to your own people. It's up to them to check their aunties and their cousins and stuff for that type of racist behavior. They sit at lunch, they sit at their dinner tables and make jokes of us all the darn time. It's a normal thing. They're raised, a lot of them are raised like that. 99.9% of them are raised like that. Their great grandparents were racist and had slaves.
But see, this is the thing and another history lesson here is that we weren't the first slaves. They were.
Right.
And that right there is what kicked them in the ass, that they were the first slaves. We were not. We
Yeah,
were
but you
kings and
drop that kind
queens.
of knowledge on them and get them to
We
understand
ruled
that, girl.
kingdoms. Our ancestors ruled kingdoms. Our ancestors were considered kings, queens, pharaohs, and things of that nature. But there, like I said, the mountains of Caucasus. And if they really want to be true about everything that they talk about, talking about going back to, we need to go back to our countries and all of this stuff, y'all need to take y'all asses back to Europe. How about that?
Girl, them people in Europe don't want them.
Take y'all asses back there and see how you're treated. You understand what I'm saying?
Them
Like
people in
the
Europe don't want them.
majority of Black people that are here in America were born here in America. So this is our country. This is our land.
And then the
Because
thing
our if you go back to it, our ancestors, I would say, I say 85% of us came from Africans and Indians. And I do know for a fact, 110% fact, that my lineage, and I'm just speaking about me, my great grandfather was a 7-foot white man.
darn, your
My great
grandpa was
grandmother, huh?
I said grandpa was tall.
Yeah. But my grandmother was a 5'9", 100% purebred Indian. So when y'all came over here and stole the Americas from the Indians, because the Columbus did not discover America. The Americas was already discovered by the Indians that y'all came over here and tricked into slavery. The ones that y'all didn't kill. So
Well,
let's
honey,
be real.
they don't want us to break
So
it down all the way to biblically and how the fallen angels came and and slept with, you know what I'm saying?
animals,
How the they blood was twisted off. They don't want to get into all of that.
right?
They don't want to get into all that.
And how Big Mama and them was feeding their kids. So
But our ancestors,
99.5% of all white people have some type of Black DNA in them because they were nursed by those Black slaves that was in your great granddaddy's kitchen, if not the children of your great granddad. So
your
let's be real
granddaddy,
about this shit. If
granddaddy.
we gonna put it out there, put it all out there. Y'all were the visitors, not us.
That's your granddaddy. You remember that off of
And then not let's remember now that the ones that came out looking white were the ones who stayed in the house. And if they looked more white than Black, them was the ones that they raised. So let's be real about all of this situation. If you really want to say for us to go back to our country, we are in our country because we are the descendants of the Indians that y'all murdered and made slaves.
Can we
Even
just
though,
can we just
even though, even though, wait a minute, Nicole, even though they opened their doors, they were forgiving, they loved, they showed y'all how to use the peace pipe, which is marijuana given from the earth. And now y'all trying to capitalize on that because y'all done made marijuana what? Legal. And you still gotta pay for it.
That's
If you
your
really want to be real, if you really want to be real, if you want to tell it, tell the truth. You know what I'm saying?
tell it.
Don't sit there and tell us to go back to our country when we was the ones who built to the Americas to what it is now. As a matter of fact, 45, if you really want to be technical, the house that you live in at, what is it, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, our great grandparents built that house. They built the tunnels. They built the house that you live in right now. They built that West Wing where the majority of your cabinet has coronavirus and y'all didn't tell nobody. So let's be real. If you gonna put it out there, put it out there and make it real. Y'all stole everything that y'all have now. Everything. Everything that y'all enjoy, y'all stole from somebody else's idea and claimed it as your own. So if you really, really want to take it there, let's take it there. Let's put all the Black inventors out there that y'all claim we're so stupid, we're so dumb, we don't know this, we don't know that. But see, at the end of the day, if you really think about it, y'all try to keep us from reading, and we still put stuff together. We still fix stuff. We still build stuff.
Of something? They're not afraid of us because they think that we're weaklings. They're afraid of us because they
know we're intelligent.
If they can come together and they can actually unify. If Black folks can come together and unify like Hispanics do in their culture, we would be unstoppable.
We would rule this world.
We would be unstoppable. We would have our own systems to take care of our own. But
exactly. But Nicole, this is the thing. This is the thing, though. Think about this, though. Every time that we have had something to call our own grocery stores, our own doctors, our own lawyers, our own spaces, our own clothing designers, our own everything, they burned it down. They burned it down. Rosewood, independent of the only store that they had was, I think the man name was Johnny. Mr. Johnny's store was the only white store in the Black community, but they were self-sufficient. What happened? A white woman lied and said a Black man raped her when she was fucking one of her husband's co-workers, or several of her husband's co-workers. And they burnt Rosewood and killed all them people. Then turn around, we had our Black Wall Street, which was made up of nothing but independent Black contractors' businesses. And what did they do? They burnt the whole town down, put all of those people in one grave, and they will not allow them to dig up the graves to find out who was who or who belonged to who, so these people can be properly buried. They buried them in mass graves for a reason. Just like they're doing these people with the coronavirus, saying that you have 10 days to come and claim your deceased, or they're going to bury them, and they putting these people in mass graves.
Well, they're actually burning them.
But they're putting them in mass graves. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make. Yep. Every time, then they say, go get your own. But every time we go get our own, they burn it down. We can't, they don't want us to be economically stable. Because if you look at history always repeats itself according to the facts that we know. Okay? Every time that we have had something that we could call our own, they destroyed it. Whether it's the Black Panthers, whether it's the Civil Rights Movement, whether it's the what we got going on now. Think about it. When they decided that they were going to do a Black Panther Party, and the Black Panther Party was feeding our children, giving them books to read, educating them on their history, And then they decided that they was going to stand and get their Second Amendment rights, which was the right to carry a firearm. They decided, oh, they want to try and come together and do this for their community. Okay, this is what we'll do. We'll pump in drugs. And then it didn't affect them until it showed up in Wall Street. And then now it's a epidemic. And then they turned around and said, okay, we're going to start giving them pills. In this day and age, we're going to start giving them pills, narcotic pills that's going to make them do this and do that. But then when they white women sitting up there drinking wine and Percocets, it's another epidemic, the opioid epidemic, because it's affecting them. If it's not affecting them, then it's not going to change.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Everything that they have done in this country to say that Black people aren't shit, they can't do this, they can't do that. But then you got kids that are 8 years old graduating from colleges, 14-year-olds that's getting accepted to every college in the country. You got, and these are Black kids. These ain't white kids. We ain't have to cheat the system in order to get our kids into a good college. Our kids worked hard and they used their brain, and they were smart enough to know that this is what you have to do in order to make it in this world. You know what I'm saying? And these kids is getting it. They ain't playing with it. But then you sit there and a woman who wanted to have her kids in a better school district, you want to give her 5 years. But a woman who paid somebody to take her kids SATs so they could get in school into a better college, you give her 10 days? Are you serious right now?
Right.
It ain't like it's not like her mom. She used her mother's address to get her kids into a better school. But white people do this all the time. Been doing it. But then because this white woman is a white woman, she don't get no time for paying a school or paying somebody to take her kids SATs. But our kids can take the SATs 5, 6, 7 times and pass it every time. And y'all still don't want to help them, give them a scholarship. And we already know that the system is fixed because nobody gets the same test. So if my child takes the test 5 times and pass all 5 with high SAT scores, you still don't want to give them a college scholarship, but you got this white woman paying somebody to take her kids SAT score test, and they get them into college, and y'all want to give them scholarships. But my child passed every single one. 5 times my child took the SAT. 5 times they passed with flying colors. But yet you got a child that's barely making it. But because he's white and they get him a score high enough just to get them into college, y'all will fully fund their education. But here I am struggling to pay my kids college tuition. I'm just speaking, in general. I don't have a child in college, but I'm just making, a point. But the whole thing about it is y'all don't want us. Sometimes I just wish Donald Trump would just come out and say it. We don't want y'all here. But y'all brought us here. We didn't ask to come here.
They said that he did in a certain way the other day, where he was like, yeah, those what was it? He said something. No, not that one. He said it not the thug thing. He had said something about the islands already.
Mr. Yes, we did. Think about how I messed up. It is for a parent, biracial child. Wait a minute, I'm lost. But I have nieces and nephews who are biracial, and I would hate, really, really hate
What is
for
that link
somebody
to? What is that link to, baby? It's something she want me to click on.
Twitter.
It won't let me click on it. Hold on. Let me see what's the link to. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see it.
My cousin put up a post the other day, and her daughter is uh her daughter is nonverbal, and so she was saying that she's angry because she said that her daughter is nonverbal, so she can't answer a police officer. You know what I'm saying? If he was to come and she was playing in the street, she can't answer him. So she don't feel as though her daughter's life should be taken because she can't respond. You understand what I'm saying?
I wonder.
So when it comes down to stuff like that, it really touches
It
my
won't let me
heart and
click
my
on the
spirit
link.
because there are a lot of children out here in this world who are
What is that
autistic
link
because
for?
of that, because of those vaccines and medications that they give us to try and say our kids can go to school as long as they got these vaccines and stuff. But I ain't gonna tell you no lie. This pandemic has opened a lot of people's eyes that they should be parents homeschooling their kids, because what you teach your kids at home is never going to be taught in school. The history books are flawed. All of them are flawed. The only thing that they teach us in school that is correct is mathematics, because numbers don't lie. It don't matter if you do 2 plus 2, 1 plus 3, 3 plus 1, 4 minus 0. It's still going to turn out to be 4.
I can't see her link.
2 times 2, it's still going to be 4. No matter how you put it, it's still going to be 4. You understand what I'm saying? So numbers don't lie.
I'm trying
Now,
to.
if you can do the science yourself, then you know what you're going to come up with. But anything else, it's not going to be right.
I'm trying to see what this link. It won't let me click on it.
But do you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The only thing that they teach us in schools now, or even then, that is 100% correct is mathematics. Other than that, I wouldn't trust anybody to teach my kid. I wouldn't trust a lot of people to teach my kids Black history. Because even when we were growing up, they only gave on Black History Month. They gave us very few people to write a report about, and 90% of the class chose either Malcolm or Martin. But nobody, they never told us about Sojourner Truth. They never told they talked about Madam C.J. Walker, but they never told us about Sojourner Truth. They talked about the female Moses, which is the one Harriet Tubman. But basically, those was who their go tos were: Malcolm, Martin, Harriet, and Madam C.J. Walker were the 4 people that they used to tell us that we could write about. And then when it came out, when I was in high school, matter of fact, I was in high school, and I wrote about a Black history icon that we should have known about, which was Sojourner Truth. And they, my teacher, who was a Black man, my teacher, basically called me a liar and asked me where I got my facts from. But my uncle, who is a 100% history buff and all about Black power and Black excellence, he told me, if they have a problem with your report, call me. Not only was he on the school board, he was a Muslim, or is a Muslim, and he was the one who helped me write my report. So when I called him, he said, they had a problem with your report. I said, yep. Now, this man is the type of person, he will fact check and fact check and fact check and make sure everything that you are saying is 100 absolutely percent correct. So when I say I was writing that report for like 3 weeks, I was literally writing that report for like 3 weeks. And he checked and checked and made sure that I said and did everything that was correct in that report. So when I called him, and this teacher was ready to kick me out of class, and he was Black.
Mm-hmm.
But because he hadn't heard that history, he was mad at me. When all he had to do was go and check. As he was reading my report, he could have checked. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But because I guess I put too much on his brain or made him have to work too hard, he was upset with me.
So he was a
So
hater,
I
huh?
said, yeah. So I was like, you know what? When it came down to it, he actually ended up, I think, giving me a B for my report. But the whole point of the matter was,
You
I taught
deserved an
you
A
something.
on that report, though, man.
I did. But see, the
I remember
reason
you
why
told
he
me about
gave me a
that.
B, because he was mad at the fact that I didn't
He was being
choose.
a boo-boo head.
He was mad at the fact that I didn't just choose what he gave me. I chose to
To
write
write
about
about,
something that I wanted to write about.
yeah.
And so that's why my grade went from an A to a B. But all in all, the fact of the matter is we need to teach our kids about these things.
Yeah.
I remember one year I
Somebody
was
told me that
working.
I shouldn't have showed Cheyenne that video. I said, no, she needs to, she's going to watch it. My child, I teach her what I want her to know. She needs
Yeah.
to reckon. I'm not showing
Because
her
this is
stuff
a
all the
turning
time.
part. This is a turning point in history where Black people are saying, we're not taking this shit no more, period.
Right.
Period. We're not going to sugarcoat it no more. And for all you holier than thous Christians that say that we need to pray, we need to pray, we need to pray, we need to pray. Okay. And have faith that God is going to, make everything all right.
Faith without works is dead.
Faith without works is dead. So if that is a part of your norm to say that all we need to do is pray and have faith, no, God said faith without works is dead. So now it's in the works that we're not going to take this anymore. We're not going to be oppressed people. We're not going to be a depressed people. We're going to make our voices heard. We're going to stand strong. And we're going to vote.
Well, you know what all
If
of this
you
smoke
have not
screens and
wait a
stuff-
minute, wait, Nicole.
Girl.
If you have not registered to vote, please, when it's time for the election to come and you don't go out and vote, The same way we showed up to put Barack Obama in the White House is the same way we need to show up to get 45 out. So if you do not go out and vote, please don't get up on your Facebook or your Instagram or your YouTube and cry and whine and say, oh my God, he's still there, this, that, other. I don't want to hear it.
Oh, you know that they
Because
would
you
be
should
first.
have made your voice heard at the voting booths. That means state, local, community. That means you almost got hung up off the rim.
You know me well enough to know
I'm not even saying, listen, I'm not even saying you have to vote for Democrats. I'm just saying that you need to go out and vote, period. Period. You need to vote. The Martin Luther King and all of them people, they voted. They fought for us to have the right to vote.
There's big board of chess. Because a lot of people are being used and they don't even realize that they're being used. Like this YouTube, I believe of this YouTube beefing. I know they're probably like, well, you can sit over there and blah, 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 and holler Jesus and all that and whatever. But I'm just keeping it real. You do got family members and children, I'm sure that people care about. I mean, it's time to make moves because, like I said earlier, if some of these people says, God forbid, but if they were called home today, or God forbid, a police officer took their life, right? You see how they pulling every bit of information they can on George Floyd. Could you imagine if an officer, God forbid, injured one of these beefers or drama channels or whatever? Could you imagine the videos that they would play back to back of them cussing their own people out? How embarrassed their family would be, how they would be harassed. But they don't think like that though. That's too unrealistic for me to think that way, huh?
Right. And see, that's another thing, that you would go back to somebody's past. Well, I'm not gonna say somebody. I'm gonna say people's past. If they're murdered by, I'm not saying that everybody is a criminal. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that everybody is innocent. I'm not saying that. But every last one of us have a past.
Who don't?
Every last one of us has a past. And if a cop was, okay, perfect example, Candace Owens. If somebody was to take her life, say a cop was to take her life, and then her family or her friends decided, okay, well, we're going to go on YouTube or we're going to go on Facebook and we're going to say that this is right and this is that and this is that. And somebody pulls up that clip of her down in George Floyd and how he wasn't a martyr and all of this stuff. Girl, you really think that the black people are going to go out there and fight for you after you did that?
No, nobody.
You would want somebody to fight for you just as hard as we're fighting for George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery. You wouldn't want somebody to bring up all of the stuff that you said and did in your past,
right,
to make black people not like you. I'm not going to say hate, not like you, for you to be murdered by a cop who happens to be white because of your black skin. How would you feel?
I mean, I was getting everything. I got some of the things that she said. I didn't, of course, didn't agree with everything, but the timing was wrong. I really want to see these statistics that she looked at. But regardless if the man had a prior record or not, God's disciples were murderers and thieves and liars and cursed and and he helped a whore in the streets. So what does that got to do with anything?
Exactly.
God took something that was evil and he turned it around and used it for good. God is going to be glorified in all of this. And the people that love him will be. See, this is the thing. His mama was praying for him and his brothers.
Right.
So when he called out for his mama, she was right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I played that video, sis, and asked everybody. People got upset that I did that because I put his voice on repeat because I thought it was important about what he said, and nobody's honed in on that. I haven't found the video yet. Somebody told me they think that he said his face was gone. I said, no, I think he said his faith. It reminded me of what Jesus said when he was on the cross. Before God, why have what did he say? Why have you forsaken me? Why have thou forsaken thee? That was his last breath.
Right.
And somebody said that was foul for putting that up there. And I was like, no, because I'm putting it in connection. You're not seeing, I'm looking at stuff from a spiritual aspect. You looking through worldly vision. I'm looking through a spiritual vision. I mean, I'm not perfect and stuff, whatever, but I really do believe in unification versus separation. So a man, so he weeps. Life is hard enough already. I really wish that I could just band together and get some of my YouTube sisters and brothers together on a mission to get people to vote and to bring people together. We could still drop entertainment that could be good and still make money. Without all of this arguing and fighting. That's why half of them people don't come over here. But I don't want that type of crowd. If it gotta be, shoot, long as we getting out, see what people don't realize when God plays something on your heart, it's your responsibility to get out there and drop the word. If you don't listen to it, that's on you after that. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm free and clear. You the one that's not.
Right.
That's why I was trying to tell someone the other day, you can't get mad if the Bible says ye that have an ear, let them be willing to hear the word of God. How can you say that you love you love your neighbor, which you see every day? Say you love the Lord, which you have not seen, but hate your neighbor that you live with every day, that you see every day. You can't bear fruit out of that.
Right. And not only that, when you think about it,
that kind of teaching is unrealistic. It's too loving. It ain't that kind of love. No, and I believe that man, George Floyd, loved. It didn't mean that he didn't go through any ups and downs. They're not making none of that up.
Right.
The way
see, this is my thing. At the end of the day,
from the family, you ain't hear about the family, like you know what I'm saying? Girl, could you imagine? God forbid if I was on here like that, acting like a fool, and God forbid God took me, you would be like, "Oh, Nicole, I love you," but now I got to sit back and try to figure out how in the heck I'm supposed to defend all these trash videos that you done made. Because you know that it will be splattered on the news.
Right.
Look how they treat us if we smoke weed. Even though it's legal.
Yep.
I don't know, girl. My spirit just don't give up. But sometimes I'm telling you, girls, like, man, sometimes it just, when you feel like you're just talking to air. Stone rather, because air, can move around, but like you're talking to stone.
Yeah. And some people just need to really like.
Girl, let me ask you this. This one of my YouTube sisters came on here and she said, Nicole, you got all the information that I was looking for over here. I don't know why I don't come over here. I don't know, because you caught up in the mess.
No, because drama is attractive.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Not her per se, but the drama, the mess.
I'm
It's
just saying in
entertaining.
general. I'm
Yeah.
I'm saying in general, drama is
Mm-hmm.
attractive.
Mm-hmm. I watch it.
Discord
I
is
watch it too
attractive.
every now and again. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Some of the stuff is
Right,
funny, but I can't keep feeling my spirit. It affects, like, it starts to affect me in my real life. Like, it just,
right.
because I'm putting that stuff in me. Just like they say,
Yeah,
kids
because your
watching.
energy.
Yeah, just like kids, if they tell you not to let your children play violent video games, what would be the difference of constantly watching violent, actual human beings that you could really touch?
Hmm.
If
But
you
that's
know,
just like, okay, perfect example. That game Call of Duty. Call of Duty. Think about it.
go ahead and take
They
over real quick, Kim. I got to make the phone ringing. It's my doctor's
okay,
office.
okay. Call of Duty. Call of Duty is a game, a virtual video game where you're able to shoot at people, shoot at cops, shoot at cars, shoot at this, shoot at that. That's where a lot of people are getting their aim from. Hi, so ready to love. Um, that's where a lot of this come. A lot of these, it's so much stuff that we can say that these people have done to us. But I do agree with some people when they say we're not gonna make it without including white people. That is partial, I would say partially, and I'm putting a strong partially on that, true. But if you really look at how creative we are, how our minds think, how much we could have, how much more we can have if we just circulated dollars into our own African American businesses, we could do this. But at some point, we have to realize that we don't need some of this stuff that we spend so much money on. We can start businesses, we can do all of that. But we already know that if we do that, they're going to burn it down. If we try and create our own economy, they're going to burn it down. They're going to find so many loopholes and so many issues and so many problems with what we're trying to do as a community to help other Black owners come up. Just like I said, if Jay-Z was to put on regular clothes and walk the streets or whatever the case might be, down in Mississippi, Georgia, Florida, whatever, they're going to do the same thing to him. They're not going to care that he's a billionaire. They're not going to stop to ask if he's a billionaire. All they're going to say is he's a nigga. And that's what we want to extinguish. We're trying to get rid of them. We brought them over here. Now we can get rid of them. No, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. It'll never be that simple. Because like I said, we are the fabric that put this country together. They're never going to give us credit for it, but we are the fabric that made America. If it wasn't for our knowledge of building, planting, and things of that nature, how would they? Okay, perfect example. If we didn't create so much stuff, why did they feel the need to steal it? Stoplights, air conditioners, lights. Why did they? If we didn't create so much stuff, why did y'all feel the need to steal it and make it y'all's? Why didn't y'all just, if we're so stupid and we're so dumb and we're so ignorant and we don't know anything, why'd y'all drop drugs in our communities?
What I
Why do y'all
missed?
drop if they felt, I was saying, if they felt that we weren't a threat, us, Black people, if they felt that we were not a threat, why did they feel the need to steal our ideas and make them their own? From making beer to creating a stoplight to air conditioners to bikes
Cardiac surgery.
to heart surgery. If they felt as though we weren't intelligent enough, or if they felt that we weren't smart enough, or we weren't educated enough, or we were so ignorant and we were so stupid, why did y'all steal every idea that we had? Y'all stole from us and made it y'all own and said that y'all came up with it, which is all lies.
You know what? It makes me feel heartbroken for Caucasian people that don't think like that, don't want to have nothing to do with nothing like that. It makes me wonder how they feel. They must feel so hurt inside.
Yeah, yeah. And you would think they would, because of the simple fact that they know, you know what I'm saying? They know that a lot of stuff was created by Black people, but they stole it and made it their own. And to say that we basically don't deserve to have anything. And like I said, if we were to try and create an economic system for ourselves, why would they feel the need to tear it down, burn it up, put, this person is getting more money than you, and that person is getting more money than you, and then that sows discord in the community, which causes us to now envy or be jealous of, which means that now a fight is going to start, and it's going to go from a fight to a murder.
And see, that's why, like Dr. Boyce Watkins says, that it's really extremely important for us to teach our children, even if you don't get them to go to college, it's better to teach them to open up their own business.
Right.
Because I'm half of the stuff that they learn in school, I'm not discouraging anybody to go to school. Knowledge is power. That's not what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have if you know how to be a nurse and open up your own business, that's something. If you feel ill, you could do from home. Mm-hmm. You could be the boss.
And still be considered an essential worker.
Because and how many African American people have been arrested? Have been arrested on false. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm a Black woman and it didn't happen to me, I know it didn't happen to way many more. And you end up getting certain things on your record. You can't get no job dealing with money and stuff like that.
Right.
They'll hire you if you got violence on your record, but if they think that you're gonna try to come up or you know how to do stuff to computers and stuff like that, they're not gonna hire you. You dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
So then, even if it wasn't your fault, you can get just by affiliation. You could be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Now you taking the fall for something. Especially if you try to get out of like doing stuff. If you were involved in, illicit activity and you try to move on, then people don't want you to move on from that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. They want you to stay involved.
Okay, I got a book, right? And it's talking about 100 amazing facts about Negroes. The
Oh,
white population,
that sound good. It's called what? 100.
100 amazing facts about Negroes with complete proof.
Oh,
Benjamin Banneker, a Negro astronomer, made the first clock made in America in 1754. The word coffee comes from Kaffa, Ethiopia, where it was first used and where it grows still wild.
oh,
George Washington sent a Negro slave to Barbados to be exchanged for a hogshead of molasses, a cask of rum, and other good old spirits in 1776. Barbados in exchange for. The Negroes arrived in the New World free from tuberculosis and syphilis and other venereal diseases. Livingstone, a famous African missionary and a medical doctor, says syphilis dies out in the African interior. It seems incapable of permanent in any form in persons of pure African blood. Syphilis originated in Europe in 1494 when there was a great epidemic of it. As this was 2 years after the discovery of the New World, it was erroneously believed to have been brought back by the sailors of Columbus. Syphilis.
and was it this year or was it last year where they finally honored, gave honor,
To the
um,
Tuskegee
yeah,
Airmen.
yeah, to the victims of syphilis.
Mm-hmm. Because it passed down to their kids. The Negroes was the first. The Negro was the first artist. The oldest drawing and carvings yet discovered were executed by the Negro people over 15,000 years ago in southern France, northern Spain, Palestine, South Africa, and India. The drawings are on rocks, the carvings are on bone, basalted, and ivory. The oldest known representation of the human body is that of a Negro woman.
Hmm.
It was carved by a Negro sculptor of Gemadali race from 10,000 to 15,000 years ago. It was called the Venus of Wildorfen after the place in Australia where it was found and is in the Vienna Museum. Beethoven, the world's greatest musician, was without a doubt a
Don't
dark
hurt them now, sis.
mulatto.
Don't hurt them now, sis. They don't know nothing
Without
about
a doubt,
this.
a dark mulatto. He was called the Black Spaniard. His teacher, the immortal Joseph Haydn, who wrote the music for the former Australian national anthem, was colored too. Did
Say
y'all hear
that.
that? Color 2. The
Read
man
that.
who wrote the
Read that again.
Australian national anthem.
Was a black man that wrote the Australian national anthem?
Yes.
Girl, wasn't it
Oh,
wasn't it a black woman's DNA that helped them figure out about cervix cancer? Huh? What about that?
yep.
That one, they still ain't gave that family their money.
Nope.
Took that woman's cancer cells and figured out about ovarian cancer and all the different types of cancers and create some. I don't want to be coming up with the wrong thing, but they created something and used that woman's cells.
Hold on. The
Can you hear that,
Grimaldi.
sis?
Yeah.
You heard that sound?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. The Grimaldis, a Negro race,
I
lived
didn't
in
know
Europe. Lived in Europe as late as 1200 years ago. Two complete Grimaldi skeletons are in the Museum of Monaco near Monte Carlo. Abundant traces, listen, abundant traces of their culture have been unearthed in southern and central Europe. Elam, a mighty Negro civilization in Persia, flourished about 2900 BC and is perhaps older than Egypt or Ethiopia. One of its later Negroes, kings, Kadur Nakuta, Naku- mm, Nakunta, conquered Chaldea and Babylon and brought back to his capital, Susa, rich treasures, among which was the famous statue of the goddess of Nana. Later, it became the capital of Cyrus the Great and Darius. Susa is the Susan of the Bible, where Esther, the Jews, sought the favor of King Aramis of Persia and Ethiopia. Cheops, a Negro, built the Great Pyramids, one of the seven wonders of ancient worlds. It is 451 feet high, has 2,500,000 blocks of granite. Each two has a half a ton, covered 13 acres, took 10,000 men 30 years to build, and was completed in 3730 BC, before Christ. That means there were there were at least 18 Ethiopians or unmixed Negroes rulers of ancient Egypt. The best known was Penakai, which is Penakai, leaving his country of Central Africa. Penakai conquered all Egypt to the mouth of the Nile in 750 BC. And this is ancient civilization. So let's come a little closer. The first one I said was the arts, illiteracy, and intelligence. Let's just see what this has to say.
Uh-oh.
The people of Southern Europe, including Italy, and most of those of Eastern Europe, including Russia, are more illiterate than the Negroes of the United States. In 70 years, Negro illiteracy has fallen off about 80%. In 1870, it was 82%. In 1930, it was 16.3%. In the United States Army intelligence test during World War One, the Negroes of Pennsylvania, New York, Illinois, and Ohio led the whites of Mississippi, Kentucky, Arkansas, and Georgia by from 1 to 7%. 2 centuries ago, the Negroes of South Africa and the Northern Europeans both practiced a form of cannibalism that was strikingly similar. Of the vital organs of slain foes, the Negroes made a multi or charm against evil. Sometimes they ate the heart of the brave men, believing that it gave added
Give them
courage.
strength.
The
So what?
Europeans, the
Who i-
Europeans would roast.
who was eating heart?
It says the Negroes of South Africa and Northern European, both. It says the Europeans would roast or dry the body of hanged criminals.
And eat
Of
them?
these, yeah, of these they made munya, a medicine for internal and external use, which was supposed to have particular curative charm.
So black
In
folks was
six,
eating black folk?
wait, listen. In 1683, when the Germans defeated the Turks at Offen, Switzerland, thousands of surrendered Turks were treated in this manner. An army surgeon who was present wrote, "None were given grace. All were massacred, and in most cases they were skinned. The flattened parts were roasted, and the genitals cut off, dried, and put into big sacks. And of this they made precious muna." Regular cannibalism existed in Germany as late as the 1650s.
It was black folks in Germany?
Yeah, I guess so.
So they was white folks and black folks was eating each other.
Yeah,
They was
Estevano.
they was eating
Listen,
the bad guys.
yeah, the Europeans was eating the bad guys, the criminals.
Why would you want to eat the criminal? Maybe because the criminal had strength.
I don't know. Estevanico, a Negro from Monaco, was one of a party of four to cross the North American continent in 1536 for the first time. The journey took 9 years. In the 1539s, he headed an expedition that discovered Arizona and New Mexico. Estevano's travel Estevanico travels served to open up the Southwest and the states west of Florida as part of the Pacific. The founder of the city of Chicago was Baptiste Point de Salaville, a Negro in 1779.
Wow.
Titu Tiv, a Negro traveler, enslaves and ivory, enslaves and ivory from Zanzibar, Zanzibar, East Africa, was the first civilized man to penetrate the center of Africa. He explored territories nearly as large as the United States. Stanley Wiseman Calderon and other white explorers followed his path. He died 1905, very rich. A black man, very rich.
How
For
come
two,
how come they don't celebrate Columbus Day no more? What they find out about Columbus?
I'm gonna leave that alone. Uh, for for 2,234 years, human beings had been trying to reach the top of the world. Thousands of lives and millions of dollars were lost in the attempt. On April 6, 1909,
Mm.
Matthew Henson, a New York Negro, was the first of the party of six to do so. He is now, 1943, the only human being alive to have stood there. The first Arctic explorer was Pythes, a Greek who perished in the attempt in 325 BC.
Yeah.
Science and invention. Jan Ernest Ziegler, a Dutch West Indian Negro living in Lynn, Massachusetts, invented the first machine for sewing the soles of shoes to the uppers. This invention, which was 11 years in the making, revolutionized the industry and gave shoe supremacy to the United States. It made several millionaires, one of whom left $4 million to Harvard University. Overworked and privatization hastened Matt Ziegler's to his grave in 1889. At the age of 37, he left a few shares of stock to a white church, which later saved it from being sold for debt. George Washington Carver of Tuskegee Institute,
Hmm.
one of the world's greatest archae oh God, why I can't say this word.
Archaeologist?
Archaeocultural archaecultural chemists, was awarded the Roosevelt Medal in 1939 for distinguished service in the field of science. From the peanut, he was extracted 285 products, and from the sweet potato, 118. Dr. Carver was born a slave. Thomas Edison once afforded him a large salary to take charge of one of the Edison laboratories, but Carver refused in order to continue the work he had begun with Booker T. Washington at Tuskegee Institute. Some people didn't sell their soul to be a part. The characters of the Bible are largely Negro. The Jews were slaves to the Egyptians for nearly 430 years. Only 70 Jews went to Egypt with Jacob. The Bible says that 600,000 men left with Moses, which, according to Hossover, meant a total of 3,154,000 with women and children. For this large number to have left mixed with the Egyptians who were black must
Ow.
have taken place on a vast scale. About 12 million Negroes were brought to the New World. Imagine how much of their original color and culture the latter would take with them today. page. Return to Africa, and you realize how much of the original Jews remain, and only those 70 Jews after 4 centuries. Tacitus, Roman historian of 90 AD, says that the Romans of his day popularly believed that the Jews, which then abound in Europe, came from Ethiopia, the land of the blacks. Land of the blacks. The present white color of the European and American Jews is very likely due to the same cause as the fair skin and straight hair of large numbers of Negroes. Fair skin, straight hair. The Bible classes the Ethiopian and the Jews together, classes the Ethiopians and the Jews together. Are ye not as the children of Ethiopia unto me? O child of Israel, saith the Lord. Chaldea, the land in which the Jews originated, was also a Negro land. Hence, Abraham might also have been black. Yeah, yeah. The Pharisees, or Negro Jews of Ethiopia, led by Queen Judith, put the line of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba off the throne of Ethiopia in 937 AD and ruled for 40 years. The Pharisees asserted that they are the original Jews. They call themselves the Bet Israel, or the chosen people. The Negro Jews of India are not permitted to enter the same synagogues as the white ones, nor to bury their dead in the same cemeteries. I'm gonna try and say this name. I'm Hapid of ancient Egypt was the real father of medicine. He lived about 2,300 years BC. Greece and Rome had their knowledge of medicine from him. In Rome, he was worshipped as the Prince of Peace in the form of a black man. His Ethiopian portrays shows him a Negro. He was also prime minister to the King Zoser, as well as the foremost architect of his time. The saying, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die, has been traced to him. Hippocrates, the so-called father of medicine, lived 2,000 years after. Hippocratic oath. 2,000 years later, but he the father of medicine. Let's see. Dr. Daniel Williams, Chicago surgeon who died in 1931, was the first to perform a successful operation on the human heart. Albin Ali, an African Negro, was private physician to Charles VIII, King of France, from 1403 to 1465, when the king fell dangerously ill at Toulouse. Albin Ali was sent for, and he cured him. Thereafter, the king made him a member of his suite. Let's try some politics. Okay. France had 6 colored cabinet ministers: Seviano de Arias, 1887; Senator Henry Lemire, 1915 to 1918; and 1934; Alcide Demont, 1928; Blaine Design, 1931; Gavin Candice, 1932; Gaston Monerville, 1937; De Herdia, as Minister of Public Works, built some of France's finest roads. Eugene Chen, one of the most dynamic political figures of the present century, and Minister of Foreign Affairs for China. In 1927 was born a Chinese Negro, parentage in Trinidad, West Indies, in 1878. He was also secretary to Dr. Sun Yat-sen, first president of China. Go figure. Race mixing. Peresina, a queen of Ethiopia, 60 BC, presented her husband, Hyadaspes, with a light-colored child. Which color is strange among Ethiopians? She declared that it was due to the presence of a white status in the room at the time of conception. Similarly, Maria Theresa of Spain and Australia, wife of Louis X, King of France, bore him a mulatto daughter in 1665. The queen spent most of her time with a Negro dwarf named Navo, while the king passed most of his with the beauties that dethroned his court. The doctor explained the color of the child by saying that the black man looked at the queen. It must have been a very penetrating look, said the king wrathfully. A, note, a noted writer of the time attributed the color of a similar child born to a high noblesse to the mother's fondness for chocolate. So they were sleeping with black men. The white women were sleeping with black men, presenting their white husbands with these black babies. Anna, a Negro servant girl of Chavalello, Italy, wife of a white mule driver, became the concubine of Pope Clement. Her son, Alessandro, born 1511, became reigning Duke of Florence and married Margaret, only daughter of the Empress Charles VI, ruler of Germany, the Netherlands, Australia, and Spain in 1536. White American slaveholders used to induce white women to marry Negro slaves in order to hold the women slaves for life. Thomas Jefferson, third President of the United States and father of the Declaration of Independence, was the father of a large number of mulatto children, His wife protests loud and long to no avail. Patrick Henry, another signer of the of the document, had a Negro son named Malusian. Napoleon planned to solve the color problem in Haiti by making it legal for each man to take 3 wives, one white, one mulatto, and the other black. He had several conferences with the theologians on this grand measure and tried to win the consent of the Pope. In 1787, while a party of 350 freed Negroes was aboard a ship at Portsmouth, England, en route to Sierra Leone, West Africa, the authorities brought on board 62 white women, prostitutes, and others whom they wished to get rid of and marry them to as many men and send them off to be the future mothers of the colonies. You there, Nicole?
Yeah, I'm
Nicole.
here. I'm
Oh,
here. I'm listening to you.
oh.
I was trying to find my I can't find my mask.
Where
Go
you
ahead.
on your way to? The
Nowhere.
older, the oldest and most noted statue in the world bears the face of a Negro. It is the Sphinx of Gosling, which was worshipped as Horus Hormantis, the sun god of light and life. It was erected about 5000 BC. The devil, which is now depicted as black, was once portrayed as white. When the black man dominated the planet, he painted the forces of evil white. Did y'all hear that? Or do I need to read that again? I think I need to read that again.
They don't get it, sis.
When the black man dominated the planet, he painted the forces of evil white.
Why? Because they was evil?
When the whites came into power, they shifted the color. But as late as 1500, the Ethiopians still depicted their gods and heroes black and their devils and villains white. Father Fernandez, a Catholic missionary who worked amongst them at this time, says they painted Christ, the Blessed Virgin, and other saints in black form, the devils and wicked men white. Thus, Christ and his apostles are black and Judas white.
Judas was
Anna,
white?
huh?
Did you say Judas was white?
No, they said they painted him white.
Oh.
Anna Casares, Palat, Herod, and the Jews are white, while Michael is black and the devil white. Nearly all of the ancient gods of the Old and New World were black and had woolly hair. Buckley says, from the woolly texture of the hair, I am inclined to assign to the Buddha of India. The Foshi of China, the Zanha of Japanese, and the I ain't never heard this word Quetzalcoatl
What?
of the Mexican. The
What?
same, the same,
Sound like you
and
said
indeed,
Sparta.
Quetzalcoatl Quetzalcoatl of the
Quat.
Mexican. The same, and indeed an African, or rather a Nubian origin. In the Bible, or wait a minute, God or the Ancient of Days is described as lit as having hair like pure wool. The earliest statues of the Virgin Mary and Christ in Europe are as far north as Russia, where blacks and Negroids.
Negroids.
Yeah.
Damn.
So that means Jesus, Mary, and all of them was black. But
They're
they
not
painted
gonna.
Judas white because he had got killed. The Bible, oh man, I'm about to step on some toes.
Uh-oh.
All right. The Bible really originated in ancient Egypt, where the population, according to Honduras and Aristotle, were black. Here's the Jews received almost all of their early culture. Professor Beested, leading Ethiopiologist, said the right social and moral development of mankind in the Nile Valley, which is 3,000 years older than that of the Hebrews, contribute essentially to the formation of Hebrew literature. Our moral heritage therefore derives from a wider human past enormously older than the Hebrews, and it has come to us rather through the Hebrews than from them. Psalms that read like those of the Bible were written by a pharaoh, Amiphis the fifth, better known as Akhenaten, a herald king,
I hear her king.
1300 herald king,
Mm-hmm.
1300 BC, or more than 400 years before David was born. Ahiklion, who was the father of Tut, Ankh, and Amon, was extremely Negro in type. He is called the most remarkable of the pharaohs. Ethiopians, that is Negroes, gave to the world the first idea of right and wrong. Did he say that? He ain't just say that. Ethiopians, that is Negroes, gave the world the first idea of right and wrong, and thus laid bias of religion, based on of religion and of all true cultural and civilizations. The earliest exposition of this yet found is in the so-called Menthanite drama, which is known only through a copy of a slab of basalt made by order of the Ethiopian king in 700 BC. So we knew right from wrong. They didn't. There were 3 African popes of Rome Victor, 189 to 199 after the death of Christ. Melchizedek, 311 to 312. And Saint Gelasius, 496 AD. It was Mesladine who led Christians to final triumph against the Roman Empire. The celestial saints of Germany is Saint Maurice, a pure Negro. While in command of the Roman legion in Gaul, Switzerland, in 287 AD, he refused to attack the Christians when ordered to do so by the Emperor Maximilian Achilles, for which he was killed. His picture is in many German cathedrals and museums, sometimes with the German eagle on his head. Recent pictures of Hitler, nearly 1700 years later, shows Hitler also with the same emblem on his head. Rulers. Let's see. On November 15, 218 BC, Hannibal, a full-blooded Negro, marched through conquered territories in Spain and France, performed the astounding feat of crossing the Alps. With only 2,600 of his original forces of 82,000 men remaining, he defeated Rome, the mightiest military power of that age, who had a million men in every battle for the next 15 years. Hannibal is the father of military strategy. His tactics are still taught. I don't think they heard. Hannibal, a full-blooded black man, Negro, is the father of military strategy. His tactics are still taught in the leading military academia of the United States, England, France, Germany, and other lands. A black man's strategy on how to kill people.
Girl.
Should I go a little further?
Now.
Oh, here's a great one. The word slave was originally applied to white people. It comes from Slavic, a Russian people's capture by Germany. The first slave held in the United States were not black, but white. They were European, mostly British, who died like flies on that slave ship across. On one voyage, 1,100 perished out of 15. At another time, 350 out of 400. In Virginia, white servitude was for a limited period, but was sometimes extended to life. In the West Indies, particularly in the case of the Irish, it was for life. White people were sold in the United States up to 1826, 50 years after signing the Declaration of Independence, Andrew Johnson, President of the United States, was a runaway and was advertised for in the newspaper. Boom. Do I need to go on? Okay. Between 1526 and 1859, there were 33 slave revolts in the United States, one of which was that Nat headed by Nat Turner of Virginia in 1831. With only 6 companions, Nat set out to free the 3 million slaves, the United States Marines, and 2 warships were sent against him after he had killed 55 whites and captured several plantations. The Samoans, or runaways of mixed Indians and Negro descendants of Florida, fought 3 wars with the United States to preserve their freedom. In 1670, Virginia passed a law forbidding Negroes from buying white people. This was 51 years after the Negroes had arrived in chains. The same law was repeated in 1748. Free Negroes brought white people in such numbers in Louisiana that the state made a similar law in 1818. White children were kidnapped in the British Isles at the rate of several thousand yearly in the 17th and 18th century and sold into slavery in America and the West Indies. Sometimes they were bootlegged and sold as Negroes. Bootlegged and sold as Negroes. White Americans, North and South, were also kidnapping or seduced and sold as Negroes as late as 1859. One of the most celebrated cases of a white person sold as a Negro was Sally Mueller, who was held in servitude in Louisiana for 26 years. Court after court ruled against her. Finally, her birth certificate was dug up in Germany and she was freed by the Supreme Court in 1818. So, you see, we were not the first slaves. They were.
Wow. Girl, that's something else.
The truth hurt though, don't it? We were rulers, store owners, business owners. But see, that's why they brought in diapers. That's why they brought in diapers. That's why they brought in the police. Because see, they couldn't the strength that black men had, they couldn't hold them. They couldn't tussle with them, let's say, unless they hurt us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Unless they hurt us. So they turned one of our own or a few of our own against us, as in saying they had the gun line for prisoners that was kept, well, not even prisoners, excuse me, people that were sold into slavery. Like we couldn't, they had a few that would say, I ain't going nowhere, boss treat me good. Or master treat me good. So when they turned them, the way that they turned them was to say, you'll have your freedom. You can walk around the property. You could do what you want. You could take your girl out on dates. But they was still raping his girl too.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, you gave him a little bit of power, a little bit, just enough to keep him satisfied. But what about the other people? What about
Wow.
the other people?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Girl, deep.
And this is the stuff that we need to be teaching our kids.
Right.
This is the stuff that we need to be teaching our young men. You're not an animal.
Let them know the power that dwells within them.
Yes. And that will give them that push. So I'm not going to say, I love that. I love the fact that we are starting to call our sons young kings or prince. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the title that they need to carry. They need to carry honor in their spirit. You understand what I'm saying? They need to carry that in their spirit.
Right.
So they know that can't nobody just by somebody calling you a name is not gonna hurt you.
Right.
Let them talk. You be great. Our young women, when it was okay for black women to twerk for entertainment, but you was called ghetto, ratchet, tacky, trifling. But now you see videos on TikTok of white women twerking and it's all good.
Right.
Just because it's white don't make it right.
That's right.
Just because you put a white spin on it doesn't make it right. That's like if I come up with something, right? And I decide to share it with my white girlfriend. My idea. Now I'm pushing my business and I'm telling people this is my creation. I thought of it. I put it together, blah, blah, blah. And she puts that same thing out that I'm doing. She puts out the same exact thing that I'm doing. They will buy from her before they buy from me. Even though it was mine. But you'll buy from her before you buy from me because of the simple fact that she is white. And just because it has a white spin on it makes it more better or stronger or whatever. No, that's not the case. It will never be the case. We were, we still are. We're here. And I love the fact that Marlo sat down with her nephews and decided to use her platform.
You still there? Kim?